Happy Saturday, my friends. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I hope things are going super well for you. Guys, I know the bot is broken and I'm very sad about it. I'm going to work on it after stream. Because, like, I can't test it. It's the same fucking day. So, I keep getting these spam calls from this loan processing team, but I don't have a loan. And it's not processing, so block caller. Okay, there. Great. Awesome. But hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let's see. Let me just scroll up a bit. Almost I can say hi to everybody. Hello, Shadow. Hello, Music. Hello, Dark. Hello, Mystic. Scroll. These check-ins kill me. Hello, Rivery. While you're doing the doodles, I appreciate it. But welcome in, friends. Today we are doing Dragon Age Inquisition. So once we, say our good mornings and everything and have our liquids, we're gonna dive into some stuff. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fantastic. My skin's really dry. I meant to steal lotion earlier from Doc's desk and I didn't because I was at his desk helping him with his computer. And I felt like it was inappropriate to put lotion on, and then touch really expensive parts. About to hyper-focus on some feathers. Well, don't too hyper-focus. The feathers are not important. I mean, they are, but they're not. Like, people lose their minds trying to draw them, and I don't want people going crazy. Hello, minis. Welcome in. So just a quick little sub-plurby thing just before we really dive into today, because it's kind of super important for today. Yeah, so there's gonna be no backseating, no spoilers. If I need help, we have a safe word. It's Alfredo. That is chat. Unless I be like, hey chat, I really need your help. Unless I say those words or Alfredo, please don't give me help. Let me enjoy the story as it is. Also, I have turned off Mr. Beakers today. He is not active, so that way nobody can use TTS to try to tell me what to do when I'm not answering chat. You guys over on Twitch are usually not a problem. I don't typically have an issue. It's usually YouTube, so I just have to keep an eye out on that. But yeah, we're going to institute that policy today, and probably every Saturday while we go through Dragon Age Inquisition and then Veilguard at some point. My first question though, which is super not a spoiler, is does Inquisition use a controller? Because I was trying to get my controller to play nice with Inquisition and it wasn't. So I don't know how to do that. Yeah, everyone's going to sit on laps. All right, that's how it is. But yeah, so that's dibs on the roof. Valid, Kai. Also, for everyone that checked in, there's a lot, and because music is set up as a bot as well as an actual mod in my channel, I got really confused as to who checked in. So let me just go check real quick. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Music. Thank you, Shadow, for the check-in. Thank you, Mystic. Thank you, Dark. And thank you, Kai. I have to switch tabs. Yeah, I have a safe word. Look at my safe word. It's so pretty. Doc, I'm gonna copy and paste that and throw that over onto YouTube. Also, I'm getting really sad because if I if I tab out of the game, well, not tab, but if I click screens, the music of the game vanishes and it makes me sad because I like hearing background noise. But yeah, friends, so raise of hands, who's played Inquisition before? Or any Dragon Age story? I've played Origins, I've played Inquisition. Probably. I don't know how to do that. None but tempted. Okay, well maybe I'll tickle a fancy. I've never actually completed Origins and I've never actually completed Inquisition. I've played both of them on the PS3? 4? One of them? I remember playing them. I remember where I was playing them. I probably played it on the 4 though. So, but I, like, again, I never finished them. Is it Origins? There's a voice actor that was listed. So I almost played through one of the Dragon Ages for a voice actor to then find out he was like a guard. I was like, I'm not playing hours of game for like guard number 4. Yeah, it's already pinned, Shadow. You're all good. Hello, Matt. Welcome in. Again, I'm not super worried about Twitch. You guys, we tend to have a lot of regulars, and you guys are very, very good. And I never really have to worry about it. But it's going forward. Like, going forward, it's just, you know, so everyone's on the same page and understands each other, and there's no worries about miscommunications and so forth. But also we'll go through a quick little blurb. So things I consider spoilers are characters that I have yet to meet, story, locations. Things I don't consider spoilers. In this game, I don't know, everything's considered a spoiler to me. Things are all back, and a random NPC is voiced by a YouTuber I watch sometimes, and it really threw me off. But I love that. Hi, Mystic, welcome in. See, I love that. I love when we get like surprises like that, where we're just, oh wow, look at that. So yeah. My hands are really dry. This sucks. I should have stole some lotion. I'm not gonna play with my hands. I'm not gonna play with my hands. I'm not gonna play with my hands. All right, what I'm gonna do though is, while we chit chat, I'm gonna attempt to figure out how to turn on my controller. Gameplay. Okay, so here's a few things. Here's just a few things so everyone knows. Subtitles are on. Languages in English. There will be gore on. Everything else I don't know because I haven't played the game. I don't know how it plays. Oh, here we go. Mouse and keyboard or gamepad. Haha, figured it out. Look at that. I'm so smart. Perfect. I will. I'll go steal it in a second. Before we get started, I'll go steal his lotion. I used to keep lotion at my desk and I don't anymore, so. But how is everyone? How is their weekend going? I didn't write like my good morning message in the Discord. Thank you. Yes. So Matt, what Alfredo is I'm blah, 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 English, guys, English. Alfredo is a safe word, means that I don't want backseating and I don't want spoilers. And unless I specifically say the words like Alfredo in some sentence, or I explicitly ask chat, like, hey chat, this is a moment where you guys can really give me a hand. I don't want backseating and I don't want spoilers, and if anyone backseats or anyone spoils anything, they will be timed out or banned depending on how many times they do it. I want to experience this game for the first time because it is my first time. Oh my god, this feels so good. My hands are gonna burn in like a minute though. So yeah, that's what Alfredo is. Alfredo is our safe word. Very good speed running MSQ, still didn't go to bed. Oh, Jesus. How far are you now, though, Mystic? Mystic, I slept in later than you. I woke up like 4 minutes to my alarm, which is 8 a.m. So, guys, I want you to be proud of me. I cleaned my house. There's still more to do, but like I cleaned my countertops. I did like a whole ton of dishes. I got laundry done, sort of. There's stuff that has to go in the dryer. Yeah, things are like sort of organized now and it looks good. This is what happens when I'm not running ragged, right? I try. That means I'm gonna crash in like 10 minutes. I also have water. Guys, this is my second water today. Hey, whatever, that's fine. England. This is valid. How about the land of angles? But only if they're right angles. Because I don't know if I like anything else. But yeah, friends, I do hope we're having a good weekend. I'm just excited for today. I've been looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to this game for a while. I really want to play this so I can play Veilguard, because I really want to play Veilguard, but my friend told me I can't play Veilguard until I do Inquisition, so that is the plan. Anglo is the name of the Saxon tribe that first settled. See, I knew that because isn't that how Anglo-Saxon came to be? A cute angle is good too. I like cute angles. You know why? Because you guys are all cute angles. All right, we're gonna clean our glasses. We're gonna push some buttons. Math throw, exactly. This, that? Not that. Not that. This one. We got choose angles. We got all the angles. Also, friends, please let me know how volume sounds are. I tried to adjust everything before stream, but what you hear is different than what I hear, so. Naughty angles? What are naughty angles? But I like that. We like the naughties. Oh god, my hands are burning. Guys, don't get dry skin. Just don't do it. Oh god! I don't have a keep. Alright. Humans are the most numerous and powerful race in Theodos. They are also the most divided politically and seem to thirst for conflict. Wow, that just sounds like us in a nutshell, doesn't it? Human characters receive a bonus ability point at the start of the game. Elf. Elves are historically oppressed people, distinguishable by their lithe frames and pointed ears. Though most survive in the poorest fringes of human cities, others live as nomads known as the Delash. Elves receive a bonus of 25% to range defense. Oh, I like that. Dwarves are short, stocky, and most spend their entire lives underground. Those exiled to the surface are often merchants or smugglers. Because dwarves have no connection to the Fade, they cannot be mages, but receive a 25% bonus to magic defense. That person's hot. Quinari. The Quinari are a race of horned giants who follow a strict religious text known as the Qun. Those who have abandoned its principles are known as Vishoth and often work as mercenaries. Quinari characters get a bonus of a plus 10% physical damage resistance. I mean... This is me. This is me. We're going elf. I debated it. I said no. All right, we have rogue dual wield. Rogues are fighters who rely on speed and agility rather than heavy armor, using skill and advantages positions on the battlefield to deal incredible damage. They may get up close and personal with daggers or strike from a distance with arrows. Tempting. Rogue archer. Rogues are fighters who rely on speed and agility rather than heavy armor, using skill and advantageous position. Oh, yeah. That is just the archer part of that. I'm so basic. Why does this surprise you? I am the basic bitch. That should have been my safe word. Basic bitch. Nah, because I say it too often. Warrior two-handed. Warriors are frontline combatants able to withstand incredible punishment in heavy armor. They are proficient in the use of two-handed weapon like mauls and greatswords, but may combine a smaller weapon with a shield for added defense. Right? Guys, do we have to talk about things for a second? I mean, do we have to talk about things for a second? He's not showing. Baymeric is hiding. I have plushes of the Elvies. You know what I mean? Kai, when I did my not my Dark Urge, that's a lie. When I did my honor mode run, all I wanted to do was click an elf, but I was like, no, I'm always an elf. I'm always an elf. So my first run was with a orc. My second run is with a halfling, I think. I don't know. She's hot. That's all I know. And mage. Mage channel magical power into spells capable of a wide range of effects from debilitating opponents, protecting allies, or unleashing devastating elemental energy. Those who wield magic are widely feared for their abilities, and their rebellion against Chantry controls has left the land in chaos. It's so hard. It's so hard. Especially like when you have a type, you just want to go with the type. But I have Lucky now, so maybe that'll help me in my thing. All right. So, Doc, you've played Inquisition before, correct? Because I have an important question that's going to lead this decision forward. Or is it? Okay, good. What is the combat situation? Like, is it like is it turn-based? Or is it like I just fight things in the air like Dragon Dogma style? If this had bestiest people, I would probably still be an elf. I have a tendency to just always go for the elves. Elves be hot. It is action, but you can slow mode. Okay. Nope, that doesn't matter. We can go. Oh, God. See, it mentioned about pausing for like AoE stuff, so that's why I was torn if it was turn-based or not. All right. Do I want to go sword and shield? Or do I want to go rogue dual wield? Fuck it, we're going dual wield. All right, and then we're gonna go casual. For players interested in a balanced but challenging gameplay experience, the setting recommended for most players. We're going casual. You guys can fight me. Y'all can fight me. Okay. Enslaved long ago by humans, most elves still live as second-class citizens within human cities. Elves who reject this life are known as the Dalash, nomadic wanderers who strive to keep the ancient elven religion and traditions alive. You were raised in the wilderness to be a hunter, relied upon by the Lavalin clan for food and protection. The clan wandered the northern free marches and had little need to interact with humans, until the clan keeper sent you to the Chantry's conclave as a spy. Oh, I'm a spy, nice. What happened there, she said, would impact not only the Dalash, but indeed all elves. She could not have known how right she was. I'm a filthy casual. I'm so filthy. I'm a dirty girl. Go. Let's go. Do you want to import a custom world state? No, because I don't have anything. I don't. Do you want to import? I don't have a world to import. Oh, it just goes. Okay, got it. We're good. We're good. That's confusing. You can do it. You can do it, Kai. I believe in you. Return to the researcher at your stronghold with collectibles that drop from enemies. Once enough are gathered from a particular type of enemy, you will receive a combat bonus against them. That's fine. Clip away, and then I'll post them on the Bandable site TikTok. That'll be our next asset. It'll just be like dirt on my face or something. Ugh. Oh yeah, that talk of the tick. I mean, I would at this point, Kai, I would just wait to see if it gets banned or not. Okay, I'm kind of hot. I'm gonna do that, I think. All right, and then I have to do this button. Oh. Hi, Soren. Welcome in. I get it. See, but here's the fun thing. So, like on Instagram, I have 3 accounts. I have my personal, not that I use Instagram all that often, but I have my personal, I have my cosplay, and I have my streaming. So, I tend to keep like all VTubing stuff and streaming stuff dedicated to my one Instagram account that's for it now that I have it. So that way, you know, they try not to mesh. Women with the swords are S tier. This is true. I have dual daggers though. So sword. So a safe word in terms of like streaming is so chat knows when to give hints or suggestions. So it helps to avoid backseating. So also it means a safe word is you know, I've been naughty and send help. Guys, I think I think that's gonna be our theme for today, is that I've just been naughty and I need help. All right, I gotta find a good safe. No, that one. This one's not that bad. This one's not that. No, we'll go with the first one. Skin tone is fine. Complexion is fine. Eye color. Hi, Memlon. Yes, all the spice. I'm being a naughty girl today. I have a safe word. Oh, ha 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 ha. Color types are eyes, not whatever I'm looking at. Let's see if I can make my character. Ooh, you know, I will not say no to Alfredo. There's an Italian place by us that makes really good chicken Alfredo. The only thing is, because they use cream sauce, it makes me sick. Because yay, being lactose intolerant. I want like not a deep blue eye. Those are purple. All right, so I have to go this way. Ah, yeah. Send help. How do I choose an eye color that's blue? All right. I can't find. There's not like a good blue color. Oh,
I just hope I can help.
that wasn't what I wanted to click on. I wanted like a deep blue, and they don't have a deep blue, so I'll just go with, I guess that. Thank you for the help, buddies. I don't take lactate. I probably should. How about chicken from noodle? Oh, that sounds really good. I don't even know what that song is, so enjoy. You're welcome. Oh no. Hair. Oh, do I want to give her the shortcut? Oh god. Oh god. Yo, women that can pull off short hair or like that are so fucking hot. I don't have the face for it, but like, oh god. Can we just have a ponytail? Like, I just request a good ponytail. That's not a good ponytail. Yeah, I look very mannish if I cut my hair that short. Speaking as someone who's cut her hair short very, very often. You know what? We'll do this. That's fine. Oh. I mean, Chihiro was hot. We'll allow that. Alright, what have we got for hair color choices? God damn it. Making myself in this game is proving to be quite difficult. All right, we will do that.
As long as the job gets done, I don't care about the rest.
I like her voice. Her voice is cute.
You leave me no choice. As long as the
Oh, there's only 2 choices. Oh, well, that works. Head and ears. Ear size. Thank you for the check-in coffee. Oh. Oh. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, that looks decent, I think. Cheekbones, forehead. That looks good. Thank you for the head patties. Thank you for the head patties. Thank you, thank you. Why are they so bushy? I don't need her to have Italian eyes. Oh, eyebrows though are good. Oh, that one's fine. Positioning's fine. Eyelash style, they look fine. Outer iris, inner iris. Hell yeah, I can give myself blue eyes. It's all over now, bitches. Or not. There we go. How the... Oh, there we go. Yay! I mean, it is listed as mature game. All right. Nose, mouth, jaw, scars, tattoos. I'm going to say no tattoo, please. I'm not a fan of the tattoo. My mind went phallic for a second. Do 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 do. Wait, I don't want tattoos. No tattoos. How do I? I don't want to tattoo her face. Fuck. God damn it. All right. Well, I guess we'll do a little tattoo then. Wait, can I just change the color? No. Okay, well. No, that's about as clear we're gonna get. All right, all right. I changed the color so you can kind of see it on my forehead, but that's fine. It's whatever. Makeup. Now I'm gonna make her look like a porn star. Here we go. We got this. This is really bright. Guys, I don't like these like dual controls over here. Are they not allowed to play something like that, or go put lotion on? Okay, I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna like adjust the intensity because it's so fucking bright. Yeah, just a little bit. We just want a little bit. Like a porn star. Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad thing. However you pay the bills. I don't judge. No, we're not gonna do under eye color. Under brow, under eyelash. I'm cool with a dark eyelash. That looks good. Eyeliner. Oh! Let's go with, no, I need black. Fuck. I want like a really dark, not dark. I want like a really good intensity. There we go. Remember that in high school, guys? I still do that sometimes. Maybe not as thick, but sometimes, Reverie, I say weird shit. I can't deny it. I will own up to it. I want like a light blush on the cheekies. I feel like that needs to be blended in better, but that's not bad. How about not as intense? Like just a light blush, like a light blush. Light blush, there we go. A lip color. Oh, because it's not, okay. You know, it wasn't the look that I was going for, but it is a look that I like. Like the dark colors. I wish I could pull this off. People that can pull off black lipstick too. We'll just do a little less shine, a little more matte. There we go. Looks real good. You look great. You look great, except changes. Name my character. I fucked up. It's okay. Yep, that's fine. It's a name I can pronounce. That's all that matters. Ew. Well, fuck this game. Fire! I need fire! Bitch, don't grab my hand. Just cast fire. So pretty. So perfect. God, look at that hair. I'm glad I went with red. I could have gone with a thinner lip, but it's not bad.
Tell me why we shouldn't kill you now. The conclave is destroyed. Everyone who attended is dead, except for you.
I mean, redheads are a really good thing. Okay. Alright, I will... Not that. Because I can't adjust the... God damn it. Here we go. Let me try this setting. If it's not high enough, I'm gonna have to wait until I can get into my settings and adjust in game. That's horrible. You think I did it? I wasn't paying attention to what she said. Something about killing me and the Conclave's god. That's horrible.
What do you mean everyone's dead?
Explain this.
I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
I don't know what that is, or how it got there.
You're lying!
We need her, Cassandra.
Also, ladies that are named Cassandra are always hot. That's a given. Some dialogues give you the opportunity to respond emotionally to situations. When these opportunities appear, special icons will highlight the emotion tied to the response. Anger, sadness. What now? What is that? And I'm confused.
I can't believe it. All those people. Dead.
Do you remember what happened? How this began?
I remember running. Things were chasing me, and then a woman?
A woman?
She reached out to me, but then
Go to the forward camp, Liliana. I will take her to the rift.
Oh, Dragon Age? It's paid, but they go on sale a lot. For like dirt cheap.
Will be easier to show you.
I do remember this game. Sort of. I remember the Rift. No worries. Oh, yeah. They're like always on sale.
We call it the Breach. It's a massive rift into the world of demons that grows larger with each passing hour. It's not the only such rift, just the largest. All were caused by the explosion at the Conclave.
God, I'm so pretty.
Illusion can do that?
This one did. Unless we act, the Breach may grow until it swallows the world. Each time the Breach expands, your mark spreads, and it is killing you. It may be the key to stopping this, but there isn't much time.
Investigate. If I can help, I will. Will helping save me? Do I have a choice?
I understand.
Then
I'll do what I can. Whatever it takes.
Yeah, it's been years. And I remember I didn't get far in it. I remembered the Rift, and I couldn't remember if it was this one or Origins that had you touch the Rift. Apparently, it was this one.
they have decided your guilt. They need it. The people of Haven mourn our most holy, divine Justinia, head of the Chantry. The Conclave was hers. It was a chance for peace between mages and Templars.
Yeah, that's fine. I just can't do it now.
Now they are dead. We lash out like the sky, but we must think beyond ourselves, as she did. Until the breach is sealed.
Free me!
Be a trial. I can promise no more. Come. It is not far.
Where are you taking me?
Your mark must be tested on something smaller than the breach.
Okay. Alright, let me know if that's better.
Open the gate. We are heading into the valley.
Okay. I don't want to make it like at 100 because then I feel like then it creates massive issues. All right. So then like combat starts and everything is so loud.
The pulses are coming faster now. The larger the breach grows, the more rifts appear, the more demons we face.
How did I survive the blast?
They said you stepped out of a rift, then fell unconscious. They say a woman was in the rift behind you. No one knows who she was. Everything farther is Stay behind me!
Yes, ma'am. Woo! You're getting there? All right. Oh. Oh, hold to continuously attack. Ha 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 ha.
It's over.
Drop your weapon. Now!
If you're going to lead me through a demon-infested valley, you'll have to trust me.
Give me one reason to trust you.
Because my life is on the line.
You're right. I cannot protect you. And I cannot expect you to be defenseless. I should remember you agreed to come willingly.
I got a little something on my shirt.
Take these.
Oh, but I don't need a potion, so I'm good. How do I get out of this bumper?
Maker knows what we will face.
Where are all your soldiers?
At the forward camp or fighting. We are on our own for now.
Okay. Loot! Loot! Oh, I mean, she's a lady. Abilities consume mana and stamina for powerful combat effects. Most abilities require time to pass before reuse.
There! Watch out!
Twin fangs, X with
If
both
we flank
daggers.
them, we may gain the advantage.
Hooah! Oh, did I miss?
One down!
Exactly. Guy gets it. Like, we don't have to love her. We just have to put up with her for the time being while I loot the bodies of her soldiers. It's fine. All right. Hiya!
It attacks from a distance.
Alright. Stop hitting me, you bitch! I'm busy! Oh, you jumped. You little motherfucker. I'm kind of surprised she hasn't said anything about me looting. But maybe that'll come in time. All right. Whee!
Ah! They're falling from the breach!
I wonder if there's fall damage in this game. Oh. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Yeah, exactly. Be like, Cassandra, I know you don't trust me, but I'm gonna cover your eyes real quick. Thank you. I haven't been stealthy yet. I probably should. Oh my god, is that a wraith? Yoink. Please hold. Better. Okay. I'm gonna go this way. Guys, look at ice skating.
We're getting close to the rift. You can hear the fighting.
Who's fighting?
You'll see soon. We must help them.
All right. Look at the little baby rift. Oh, hell. Shit, that's awesome. Oh, I love that. Look at me being stealthy. I'm a fucking ninja, yo.
Quickly, before more come through.
What did you do?
I did nothing.
Thank you for the check-in, Dirty. I mean, it means good stealth. Thank you for the head pets. So I can help. I did that. You mean the mark. I did that?
I closed that thing. How?
Whatever magic opened the breach in the sky also placed that mark upon your hand. I theorized the mark might be able to close the rifts that have opened in the breach's wake.
Thank you for the check-in, Menace. Menace. I was doing so well.
Possibly. It seems you hold the key to our salvation.
Good to know. Here I thought we'd be ass-deep in demons forever. Varric Tethras, rogue, storyteller, and occasionally...
I always forgot Varric was so tiny. I am playing Dragon Age. I'm very excited. I know, but like... I try. Pleased to meet you. Nice crossbow. What now? You're at the chantry? Nice crossbow?
That's a nice crossbow you have there.
Isn't she? Bianca and I have been through a lot together.
You named your crossbow Bianca.
Of course. And she'll be great company in the valley.
Absolutely not. Your help is appreciated, Varric, but
Have you been in the valley lately, Seeker?
Yeah, I know, but I always forget. I always get him confused with the tall guy.
My name is Solus, if there are to be introductions. I am pleased to see you still live.
He means I kept that mark from killing you while you slept.
No, I don't know. I thought there was another tall guy. I don't know.
You seem to know a great deal about it all.
Solus is an apostate, well versed in such matters.
Technically, all mages are now apostates, Cassandra. My travels have allowed me to learn much of the faith, far beyond the experience of any circle mage.
Totally.
I came to offer whatever help I can give with the breach. If it is not closed, we are all doomed, regardless of origin.
That's commendable. Once it's over, I'll do what I can. That's commendable.
That's a commendable attitude.
Merely a sensible one. Although sense appears to be in short supply right now. Cassandra, you should know. The magic involved here is unlike any I have seen. Your prisoner is no mage. Indeed, I find it difficult to imagine any mage having such power.
Understood. We must get to the forward camp quickly.
Well... Bianca's excited.
I'm gonna like him. But not the way everybody likes him. I'm gonna just like him in general.
This way, down the bank. The road ahead is blocked.
We must move quickly.
I don't want to control their party members. I want to control myself. Because I can barely control myself, and I don't need to be responsible for the people.
Glad you brought me now, Seeker.
Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Enter tactical camera mode, but yeah, I don't want to though. While tactical camera, use LS to scan the battlefield, use to exclude targets, switch control between your party members and attack, issue orders, or spot. Okay. I don't think you did what I wanted. Synergize? I earned an achievement. I don't even know what I did. This is why we play on the easy setting. So I don't have to pay attention to any of that. Thank you for my wings, coffee. Oh, that's Cassandra. Hi. I'm not stabbing you, I promise. Okay. And so you can like plot out who goes where and who does what and all that fun stuff. If I understand correctly. If I'm wrong, Doc can tell me to shut the fuck up. Oh, my attack didn't do much. Now I'm sad. All this murdering and I'm still level 1. Oh. Gathering resources. Gather herbs and metals out in the wild and use them to craft upgrades to your gear and potions. Explore to find in many varieties as you can. Okay. Or you can just do the waves tried and true method, which is just stab everything.
What do you know of the Dalish?
I have wandered many roads in my time and crossed paths with your people on more than one occasion.
Oh.
What do you mean by crossed paths?
I mean that I offer to share knowledge, only to be attacked for no greater reason than this.
Oh no!
Can't you elves just play nice for once?
That is terrible, Kai. My condolences. Did I go this way? Guys, who wants a bear trap? Ta-pa-ta-pa-ta.
We must hurry before the mark consumes her.
I'm trying, but you told me to explore, so I'm exploring. Make up your mind.
So, are you innocent?
I don't remember what happened.
That'll get you every time. Should have spun a story.
That's what you would have.
It's more believable and less prone to result in premature execution.
I made a very pretty lady. These are the facts of life. You're so far. They're dead.
Lily animated through all this.
She's resourceful, Seeker.
We will see for ourselves at the forward camp. We're almost.
You gotta. Oh, is it that new person? Guys, I put the link up like a week ago.
Another rift.
Fade rifts are caused by weaknesses in the veil. Disrupting a rift with your mark will cause damage to nearby demons. Alright. Disrupt. God damn it.
Use the mark.
Your character has leveled up. This increases your health and stats automatically and awards you 1 ability point to use. Character recorder. Probably the person that looked very sussy when they signed in. Double daggers. Each ability tree contains active abilities, upgrades, and passive abilities. Active abilities have diamond-shaped icons. They can be mapped to your hotbar and then used in combat. Upgrades are attached to an ability and make it stronger. When you have an ability point available, push A to learn a highlighted ability or upgrade. You can only learn abilities connected to the root of the ability tree or connected to an ability you've already learned. Okay. We know that one. What's this one? Parry. I said parlay. That's not the right word. Flank. I'm gonna just take that. Thanks. I wanna. There we go. I was like, I wanna learn that. Thank you for my box coffee. Active abilities are automatically assigned to an empty hotkey if one is available after learning. At any time, you can select a learned ability and push A to map it to your hotkey of your choice. Select the Tactics tab from the abilities screen in the character record to access a complete list of your learned active abilities.
Rift
Alright.
is gone. Open the gate.
Right away, Lady Cassandra. We are clear for the moment. Well done.
Whatever that thing on your hand is, it's useful.
Ah, here they come.
You made it. Chancellor Roderick, this is...
I know who she is. As Grand Chancellor of the Chantry, I hereby order you to take this criminal to Valroyo to face execution.
Order me? You are a glorified clerk. A bureaucrat.
A straight up DM would be fine.
You are a thug, but a thug who supposedly serves the Chantry.
We serve the most holy, Chancellor. As you well know.
Justinia is dead. We must elect a replacement and obey her orders on the matter.
What about the breach? So no one's in charge here. I'm standing right here. What about the breach?
Isn't closing the breach the more pressing issue?
You brought this on us in the first place.
I didn't do anything. I was attacked by spiders. I am innocent.
Our position here is hopeless.
We can stop this before it's too late.
How? You won't survive long enough to reach the temple, even with all your soldiers.
We must get to the temple. It's the quickest route.
But not the safest. Our forces can charge as a distraction while we go through the mountains.
We lost contact with an entire squad on that path. It's too risky.
Listen to me. Abandon this now, before more lives are lost.
How do you think we should proceed?
Oh, is it Novocaine that you guys got hit with? Because they just sent me a friend request. I thought it was Darny. Alright, well, they're getting blocked either way. Doc, if you didn't remove Novocaine, please do so. You're asking for my opinion. Take the mountain path, charge the soldiers. Careful sustained assault. Soldiers will stand with you to ensure arrival. Scouts in the past may be lost. Fast but indirect soldiers will act as distraction. Elsewhere, the problem will be addressed sooner, but there may be casualties. Exactly, Kai. All the murder. I don't take kindly to, you know, art bots and stuff. I'm like, I will call those suckers out so damn fast.
Now you're asking me what I think.
You have the mark?
And you are the one we must keep alive. Since we cannot agree on our own,
Oh, God. Careful, sustained assault. Soldiers will stand with you to ensure arrival. Scouts in the past may be lost. Well, that's kind of why I removed the Discord link to begin with, but I was like, I'm gonna re-add it, and it's been good for a couple of weeks, maybe a week. I didn't re-add it all that long ago. Fast but indirect. Soldiers will act as distractions elsewhere. The problem will be addressed sooner, but there may be casualties. God, I don't know. I want to go with the soldiers, but I don't want the scouts to get killed. All right, take the mountain pass.
The mountain path. Work together. You all know what's at stake.
Liliana, bring everyone left in the valley. Everyone.
On your head be the consequences, Seeker.
Oh, we don't have it listed in the Discord not Discord, in chat anymore. Because I've had people, like, first-time chatters do exclamation Discord just to get the link to pop in, and I'm like, nope, it was removed. Now it's at mod discretion. Okay.
The tunnel should be just ahead. The path to the temple lies just beyond it.
What manner of tunnel is this?
Sweet.
Part of an old mining complex. These mountains are full of such paths.
And your missing soldiers are in there somewhere?
Along with whatever has detained them.
We shall see soon enough.
All right. Diablos. Yeah, Diablo wasn't my favorite. Oh, I hit the wrong button. God damn it. No, I missed my mark. I forgot how to fight already. Go down. Thank you. Are you not dead? You are dead. Okay, good. Oh, but I can loot. Yoink. Take all. Okay. Keep items for later. Wrong button. Fuck. All right. Hi, gender fluid. How are you? I mean, just stabby stab, Dark. You'll get there. Tuck, tuck, and roll, and shank the wing. Oh. 49 gold. More shooty shoot, valid. I forgot you do the gunbow. Go down. Okay. All right. We have these shade little dudes. They're both dead. Just classic bow. Okay. I knew you went with a weapon. All right.
Yes, we found the soldiers.
That cannot be all of them.
So the others could be holed up ahead.
Our priority must be the breach. Unless we seal it soon, no one is safe.
I'm leaving that to our elven friend here.
Hi. All right, so we're going to do this. And then this. Oh. Got it. I'm good. How are you? It's been a hot second.
Lieutenant, you're alive. Just barely.
Wait, I disrupted the rift. Why did it come back? There we go. Sandra, you're just vibing there, man.
Sealed, as before. You are becoming quite proficient at this.
Ah! Thank you for the blush.
Work on the big one.
Look at all the elven men that you just threw at me.
Thank the Maker you finally arrived, Lady Cassandra. I don't think we could have held out much longer.
Thank our prisoner, Lieutenant. She insisted we come this way.
The prisoner? Then you...
That's true. I can't pay attention. I'm so sorry. It was worth the risk.
It was worth saving you, if we could. Then you have my sincere gratitude.
The way into the valley behind us is clear for the moment. Go, while you still can.
At once. Quickly, let's move!
The path ahead appears to be clear of demons as well.
Let's hurry before that changes.
All right.
Down the ladder. That's the way to the temple.
I hear clinkety clanking. Oh. Hell yeah. All right. Nope. Wrong way. Climb down. Nope. Climb down. Nope. Climb down. Okay.
So, holes in the Fade don't just accidentally happen, right?
If
Guys,
our
it's a little
fantasy
chilly.
brought to bear, it is possible.
But there are easier ways to make things explode.
That is true.
We will consider how this happened once the immediate danger is past.
Also, I want you all to know, please be careful if you're in the area of the really big winter storm that's supposed to hit, like
The Temple of
Kentucky and northwest, east of the states.
And our soldiers found you. They say a woman was in the rift behind you. No one knows who she was.
Oh my god. I feel so bad. I'm gonna loot them. I feel so bad. My friend lives in Kentucky, and they're experiencing a potential really bad, like, ice cold storm front thing. And we were busting each other's balls about it yesterday. I would like enough snow to close my office, but not enough snow to knock out my power. You know what I mean? Like, stay home, play. Thank you for the hydrate. Stay home, play video games. Yes. Will it happen? Probably not, unless we are lucky enough to get power lost.
You're here. Thank the Maker.
Liliana, have your men take up positions around the temple.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a polar vortex, so it's gonna get real cold, like
This is your chance to end this. Are you
in the
ready?
Kentucky area, so forth and so on. I don't know what other states are around there. And then we're supposed to, like, in Jersey and the surrounding states are supposed to get potential snow and really cold temperatures, and fun things. See, we're in that weird, like, we could get rain, we could get snow. Thank you for the check-in, Viper. The chicken's gonna get real cold. Put a sweater on him. I'll try. Can I even get up there? It's what I have to do.
I'm assuming you have a plan to get me up there.
No. This rift was the first, and it is the key. Seal it, and perhaps we seal the breach.
Then let's find a way down. And be careful.
I mean, maybe you'll be okay. I honestly don't know how bad it is.
Now is the hour of our victory.
Who to what now?
Bring forth the sacrifice.
What are we hearing?
At a guess, the person who created the breach.
You know this stuff is red lyrium, Seeker.
I see it, Varric.
But what's it doing here?
Magic could have drawn on lyrium beneath the temple, corrupted it.
It's evil. Whatever you do, don't touch it.
Keep the sacrifice still.
Why does he sound so hot?
Someone help me! That is divine.
Lexington back all the way to Birmingham. I'm glad you got out of it before it did. Chicken. These aren't the eating chickens. These are the family chickens.
What's going on here?
That was your voice. Most Holy called out to you, but...
What's going on here?
Run when you can! Hold them!
We have an intruder. Slay the elf.
What did the elf do?
You were there! Who attacked? And the divine, is she... Was this vision true? What are we seeing?
I don't remember.
Echoes of what happened here. The fade bleeds into this place. This rift is not sealed, but it is closed, albeit temporarily. I believe that with the mark, the rift can be opened, and then sealed properly and safely. However, opening the rift will likely attract attention from the other side.
That means demons! Stand ready!
He's a big boy.
Now!
All right.
We must strip its defenses. Wear it down.
I don't know much about that whole area, but I haven't heard a whole lot of good things. But I feel like all cities have their good spots and their bad spots, you know?
Quickly! Disrupt the rift!
Okay. This isn't good.
The demon is vulnerable. Now!
I mean, I'll trust you because you've been there. This one. No! This one. And then this one. Okay.
More coming through the rift!
Oop, wrong button. Come on. Go down. Stabby, 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 stabby. Stabby, stabby, stabby. You're Varric. I don't want to stab you. Can I do the... I can't do rifty things. Excuse me. Pardon me. I thought Liliana was a mage. Why did I think she was a mage? All the stabbies. Alright. Immune. Alright, well, hold on. Let me go touch the rift. Touch the butt. What do you mean I'm slowed? Fuck you. I'm not even fighting you. I'm just touching your home and murdering you that way. Ow. Rude. Shank, 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 shank. Alright. Can I touch the rift? Low health. Yes, I do have low health. Thank you. Okay. 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 Come on, he's almost dead. Take him out. He's immune. God damn it. Alright. Where's my rift?
Now! Do it!
Do it! Guys, don't look directly at the rift, okay? It's really bright. Hey, I got an achievement! Woo! Guys, an ad's about to play. But, I mean, yeah, the game of Rift is cool. The big glowy green Rift is not. Do 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 do. Kai! What are you doing? Thank you.
I swear.
Friends, if you received a gifted sub from Kai, please make sure you say thank you. And I hope you all enjoy your ad-free viewing, your sub badges, and your emotes. Are you afraid? It's alright. Where am I? Kai, you spoil me. You stop it.
I beg your forgiveness and your blessing. I am but a humble servant. You are back in Haven, my lady. They say you saved us. The breach stopped growing, just like the mark on your hand.
I mean, ads are going to play anyway.
For the last 3 days.
Then we're safe. They're pleased. What happens now? Then we're safe.
Then the danger is over. The breach is still in the sky, but that's what they say. I'm certain Lady Cassandra would want to know you've wakened. She said, at once.
And where is she?
In the Chantry, with the Lord Chancellor. At once, she said.
Well, I appreciate you, Kai. Guys, I look so done. Like, oh my god, why do I have to touch stuff? All right, though. Loot. All right, and that's gonna play. I'm gonna go stretch and use this chance to run to the restroom. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, okay? Hang tight. We are back, and I have she stick. Thank you again, Kai, for that hype train and those subs. My brain blanked. Yeah, I got you sticks. Read. Patient observations. Vain hope someone better at this than me takes over before the survivor expires. Notes in case. Day 1. Clammy, shallow breathing, pulse over fast, not responsive, pupils dilated. Maid says her scarring mark is thrumming with unknown magic. Wish we could station a Templar in here, just in case. My god, Kai, you guys just keep breaking my stuff. I mean, in a good way. I mean that with love. Alright, hold on. I gotta see something. I gotta see something. It's super important. No, not there yet. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. Special shipments. Acquired dagger, medium armor, stone bear armor, armor. Lots of stuff. Cool beans. I like stuff. Stuff is cool. Okay.
That's her. That's the Herald of Andraste. They said when she came out of the Fade, Andraste herself was watching over her.
Hush. We shouldn't disturb her.
I thought they all hated me and now they like me. Cool.
I believe Seeker Cassandra would like to speak with you.
Alright, how do I get to her? I go this way. Okay, there's stairs here. Guys, there's stairs here. Ah! Thank you for the plush.
That's her. She stopped the breach from getting any bigger.
I heard she was supposed to close it entirely.
Alright.
Chancellor Roderick says that the Chantry wants nothing to do with us.
That isn't Chancellor Roderick's decision, sister.
No, I'm not a Spanish Inquisition.
Have you gone completely mad?
I'm just a person.
To Valroyo
Thank you for the check-in.
Jane her. I want her prepared for
Bid you
travel to the
welcome.
capital for trial.
Thank you for the
Disregard
follow.
that
Welcome in.
And leave us.
Disregard that and leave us.
You walk a dangerous line, Seeker.
The breach is stable, but it is still a threat. I will not ignore it.
I did what I could. I'm still a suspect. Do you want my help again? I'm still a suspect.
So I'm still a suspect, even after what we just did.
You absolutely are.
He's an asshole.
No, she is not.
Someone was behind the explosion at the Conclave. Someone most holy did not expect. Perhaps they died with the others, or have allies who yet live.
I am a suspect,
You, and many others.
but not the prisoner.
I heard the voices in the temple. The divine called to her for help.
So her survival, that thing on her hand, all a coincidence.
Providence. The Maker sent her to us in our darkest hour.
I am not a chosen one. What more do you want? Are you serious? Are you sure? You believe I'm innocent.
You really think your Maker would send someone like me?
The Maker does as he wills. It is not for me to say.
Even if that means a Dalish elf is his chosen?
Humans are not the only people with an interest in the fate of the world.
The breach remains, and your mark is still our only hope of closing it.
This is not for you to decide.
You know what this is, Chancellor. A writ from the Divine, granting us the authority to act. As of this moment, I declare the Inquisition reborn. We will close the breach, we will find those responsible, and we will restore order with or without your approval.
Yeah, suck it.
This is the Divine's directive. Rebuild the Inquisition of old. Find those who will stand against the chaos. We aren't ready. We have no leader, no numbers. And now, no Chantry support.
But we have no choice. We must act now, with you at our side.
Investigate. I want to help. This is rather strange. I agree for now. Investigate. Inquisition of old. You want a holy war, and if I refuse.
What is the Inquisition of old, exactly?
It preceded the Chantry. People who banded together to restore order in a world gone mad.
After, they laid down their banner and formed the Templar Order, but the Templars have lost their way. We need those who can do what must be done, united under a single banner once more.
What about the Chantry?
But aren't you still part of the Chantry?
Is that what you see?
The Chantry will take time to find a new divine, and then it will wait for her direction.
But we cannot wait.
Hi, Shadow.
So many grand clerics died at the Conclave. No.
She is
we
very
are on
pretty.
our own. Perhaps forever.
I want to help. This is rather strange. I agree. I want to help.
If you're truly trying to restore order,
That is the plan.
Help us fix this before it's too late.
Can I have a bird? I would like one, please. Put on a jacket, it's snowing out. Your thing's crooked. Fix it. No, fix it! It's crooked! Don't leave it like that. He's so sussy. Ooh. Opening screen. Okay. Did I? Yep, I did it. I closed the baby rift and let the big one open, and I'm like, game over. Best ever. Did my stuff auto-equip? No. Attributes. Tactics. Abilities. Ooh, I have a point. Boop. Alright. I mean, a parry is good, but I won't parry. Like, let's just be honest here. I won't parry. Alright, leave my point for that one. That's fine. Okay. Back. And we'll do this. And then... Oh, I wanted to see if my stuff auto-equipped, and I don't know how to do that. Inventory, I guess? Oh, there's hair on my face. Okay, weapons. Dragon. No, it does not auto-equip. Okay. Wait. Okay, so I only have one of the good daggers. Okay. That's gonna piss me off. Guys, I don't have OCD, but like, if stuff doesn't match when it should be in pairs, I get sad. Armor. Um, 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 you look really good on me and, with your boosty boosts. Okay. Right? They look so good. That one doesn't, but like that one looks nice. That one's okay. That one's super frickin' sexy. This one's really nice looking. This one's okay. This one's warm. This one looks warm. This one looks good. Looks sneaky. I'm gonna go with this one. And then I'm gonna put a helmet on if it'll let me put a helmet on. There we go. Can I hide the hat on me? That is an important question. X. No. That's not what I wanted. I request one hat removal. I request one helmet removal. No. Remove. No, don't be naked. How do I... Guys, can I really not hide my helmet? Like, I will literally not wear the helmet if it covers my face. Because that means it covers my face in cutscenes. And that pisses me off to no end. Oh my god. Examine. Yeah, see? Doc, can I hide helmets? Look, am I blind? I don't see a way to do that. Oh god. No helmet. Until I get confirmation, no helmet. Except, no, stop putting it in the bed. And then go back. And then there. Accessories. That one. Should be able to. Does that mean I have to do like a Google or something? Because I don't see a way to do that. Options. Okay. Hide helmet. Yeah. All right. We can go back in and put a helmet on. Armor. Helmet. Perfect. And, no, wrong button. Inventory. Thank you for Dad Petty's coffee. Okay. Now we can do Cassandra. She gets this. Oh, rogue only. Then why does she have it? That's just insulting. Okay, go back. Armor. Less health, but more boosty boost. That's always a plus. The defender code seems too weak. Okay.
Stuff like that. Should we surrender or...
Don't be foolish. We are the Chantry, as much as any Grand Cleric. That prattle from Val Royale isn't the word for it. It's politics.
Oh.
Hess can get you a bucket and a broom. Anyone calls you knife here, come to me. Oh, you're her. Thrin. Inquisition Quartermaster. I'm doing what I can to supply this mess. If you find what I need to fill one of my requisitions, I'd appreciate you bringing it in.
Tell me about them.
When you mentioned requisitions.
I'm making this Inquisition run with what we have. but we're not a real army. We're stretched thin on materials. So I've put up a requisition list for anything that could help our people. Here, take a look. You find some iron and a good logging site. Maybe Harriet can get our troops better weapons.
If I have material for a special order, do I bring it to you?
Just take it over there. One of my boys will take the materials or jot down what you found.
Farewell.
Make her go with you.
Oh, like here? No. Here we go. Logging stand and iron. I was like, I found iron, but I only found a couple of them. Right? She looks good. I know how to I know how to make hot ladies. Okay.
Does it trouble you?
I want it gone. Not anymore. It's fine. Where did it come from? It didn't close the breach. Not anymore.
It's stopped spreading, and it doesn't hurt.
We take our victories where we can. What's important is that your mark is now stable, as is the breach. You've given us time, and Solas believes a second attempt might succeed, provided the mark has more power. The same level of power used to open the breach in the first place. That is not easy to come by.
That sounds dangerous. That sounds like fun. You have an idea. You have an idea?
Clearly, you have something in mind.
We do. May I present Commander Cullen, leader of the Inquisition's forces.
Such as they are. We lost many soldiers in the valley, and I fear many more before this is through.
This is Lady Josephine Montelier, our ambassador and chief diplomat.
Anderan Atishan.
You speak Elven.
You just heard the entirety of it.
And of course, you know Sister Liliana.
My position here involves a degree of...
She is our spy master.
Yes, tactfully put, Cassandra.
A pleasure. Impressive titles. Why am I here? A pleasure.
Pleased to meet you all.
I mentioned that your mark needs more power to close the breach for good.
Which means we must approach the rebel mages for help.
And I still disagree. The Templars could serve just as well.
We need power, Commander. Enough magic poured into that mark.
Might destroy us all. Templars could suppress the breach, weaken it, so...
Pure speculation.
I was a Templar. I know what they're capable of.
Unfortunately, neither group will even speak to us yet. The Chantry has denounced the Inquisition, and you specifically.
I feel honored. They still think I did it. That was quick. Does that matter? That was quick.
That didn't take long.
Shouldn't they be busy arguing over who's going to become divine?
Some are calling you, a Dalish elf, the Herald of Andraste. That frightens the Chantry. The remaining clerics have declared it blasphemy, and we, heretics, for harboring you.
Chancellor Roderick's doing, no doubt.
It limits our options. Approaching the mages or Templars for help is currently out of the...
They are. We can't deny this. They are. The Herald of Andraste could be attacked, so I'm the problem. The breach doesn't worry them. The Herald of Andraste.
Just how am I the Herald of Andraste?
People saw what you did at the temple, how you stopped the breach from growing. They have also heard about the woman seen in the rift when we first found you. They believe that was Andraste.
Even if we tried to stop that view from spreading.
Which we have not.
The point is, everyone is talking about you.
It's quite the title, isn't it? How do you feel about that?
It's unnerving. I like it. I don't know. They're wrong. It's unnerving.
It's a little unsettling.
I'm sure the Chantry would agree.
People are desperate for a sign of hope. For some, you're that sign. And to others, a symbol of everything that's gone wrong.
Could we be attacked? I'm the problem. Okay, could I be attacked?
Will the Chantry attack us?
With what? They have only words at their disposal.
And yet, they may bury us with them. There is something you can do. A chantry cleric by the name of Mother Giselle has asked to speak to you. She is not far and knows those involved far better than I. Her assistance could be invaluable.
I'll talk to her. Why would she help us? That could be trouble. Why would she help us?
Why would someone from the Chantry help a declared heretic?
I understand she's a reasonable thought. Perhaps she does not agree with her sisters. You will find Mother Giselle tending to the wounded in the hinterlands near Redcliffe.
Look for other opportunities to expand the Inquisition's influence while you're there.
We need agents to extend our reach beyond this valley, and you're better suited than anyone to recruit them.
In the meantime, let's think of other options. I won't leave this all to the Herald.
Right? I would just cry and be like, no, I'm good. The war table allows you to apply the power of the Inquisition throughout Orlais and Fredrelden. Mother Giselle is in the hinterlands, which can be found on the other side of the table. Okay. We'll go here. Okay, the Inquisition can unlock new areas for you to explore through scouting operations. Perform scouting operation for the hinterland on the side of the war table. Oh, okay. Orlais for Elden. Okay.
What have your ears heard, Leliana? Anything new we don't already know about?
No, nothing.
Mother Giselle was last seen in the hinterlands outside Redcliffe, tending refugees who fled the fighting between renegade Templars and apostate mages. The latest report suggests that the vicious struggle between the two groups has spread to the hinterlands, catching the refugees, and Mother Giselle in the middle. It is vital to protect her and, if possible, restore order to the area. Okay, so we gotta save Giselle. Got it. Hey, it's not cold anymore. Oh. Ugh. Hey, you're welcome. That's what I'm here for. Oh, it's probably super rare. Scout the hinterlands. We avoided the fighting as best we could. It's every bit as bad as we feared. The apostates are mad, attacking anything that moves, and it appears that the Templars here aren't following anyone's orders any longer. We located Mother Giselle and are trying to protect her, but she refuses to leave the refugees until we've ensured their safety. That will be hard to do without troops to push the apostates and the Templars out of the area. Commander Cullen asked me to make inquiries of Master Dennett, a retired horse master of Redcliffe who lives in the area. We tried to contact him about obtaining better horses for the Inquisition, but we've been unable to get through the fighting. Lead Scout Harding. Okay, venture forth. Do I have to like click all of them? I do. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Confirm. Elfric and Embrium. Okay. I know. And I think it's Cullen and Varric that I keep getting confused. For some reason, I always thought Cullen was the shorter guy. Oh. Oh, oh no, it's still loading. What? What? It's been forever and a day. I know nothing. According to the legend, the sacred ashes of Andraste were carried out of the Imperium by Havard, disciple of Our Lady. Wounded by Taventir soldiers when he tried to stop Andraste's capture, Harvard was too late in coming to Minerothis to stop the blah 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 stuff. Oh, come on. I took my stuff away and it wasn't even done. Yeah, but if I don't know who they are, my mind's going to think, I don't know, Varric sounds tall, you know, and strong. Like, it has a very powerful, strong sounding name to it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Herald of Andraste. I've heard the stories. Everyone has. We know what you did at the breach. It's odd for a Dalish elf to care what happens to anyone else, but you'll get no backtalk here. That's a promise. Inquisition Scout Harding, at your service. Well, all of us here, will do whatever we can to help.
Harding, huh? Ever been to Kirkwall's Hightown?
I can't say I have. Why?
You'd be Harding and... No, never mind.
I mean, I enjoy Varric for his humor. Does that count for something? I think it does. Tim does sound short. Tim sounds average, honestly. Pleased to meet you. You've heard stories about me. What's the word out here? What's the word out here?
What's the situation out here in the hinterlands?
We came to secure horses from Redcliffe's old horsemaster. I grew up here, and people always said that Dennett's herds were the strongest and the fastest this side of the Frostbacks. But with the Mage Templar fighting getting worse, we couldn't get to Dennett. Maker only knows if he's even still alive. Mother Giselle's at the crossroads helping refugees and the wounded. Our latest reports say that the war's spread there too. Corporal Vale and our men are doing what they can to help protect the people, but they won't be able to hold out very long. You best get going. No time to lose.
I mean, from what he said so far, I think he's funny. All right. Wait. Wait for it. Wait for it. I was like, wait for it. First blood. No? Then why are you telling me that they can level if I can't touch them? I don't get it. So you fight the harder. Shield wall. Using tactics perfected by the ocean. Okay. So I did her, but why can't I do him? Now I can. Funny, when I tried to do it before, it told me that stuff wasn't available. I was very confused. There we go. You're done. And then you. This one. This one. Okay. Good. Now they're not flashing at me anymore. Oh, look at the baby fox. Oh, the baby fox went the wrong way. Dun, 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 dun. This way. This way. I want. There we go. No! I hit the wrong button. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional.
Word for you.
What is it?
You may want to look into this.
Okay. All right. Go this way.
Watch your step.
Mother Giselle cannot be far.
Ooh. Yay, I got iron. I just need a logging stand. I don't know where to get that, but I'm getting there. That sucks.
Inquisition forces. They're trying to protect the refugees.
Looks like they could use a hand.
Okay. I keep pushing the wrong buttons. I keep pushing A to attack. A is not the button to attack. Okay.
Hold. We are not apostates.
I do not think they care, Seeker.
Nope. I'm using Steam, but an Xbox controller. Okay. I was stupid and I walked into the thing. Yep. Mistakes were made. Ooh, I will take that loot. Thank you very much.
More coming our way.
Okay. Now where am I going? This way. Murder! Yoink. God, I love that. That's such a cool way to just slide forward. Don't try to block me, punk. I'm gonna murder you. Won't even think twice. Yoink. Loot. This one. This one. Got him. That's half the fun! Whee! I love it. Dual wielding is so much fun. Oh, you're alive. Whoop. Oh, now you're not. Okay. Oh, but I want to loot the body. Boo. I got a little blood on me, just a smidge.
There are mages here who can heal your wounds. Lie still.
Don't touch me, Mother. Their magic is...
Turn to noble purpose. Their magic is surely no more evil than your blade.
What?
Hush, dear boy. Allow them to ease your suffering.
And thank you for the blush.
I am. And you must be the one they are calling the Herald of Andraste.
You asked for me. You're not against magic. Is that why I'm here?
I'm told you asked for me.
I know of the Chantry's denouncement, and I am familiar with those behind it. I won't lie to you. Some of them are grandstanding, hoping to increase their chances of becoming the new divine. Some are simply terrified. So many good people, senselessly taken from us.
It was a tragedy. Don't you support the Chantry? That's no excuse. It was a tragedy.
What happened was horrible.
Fear makes us desperate, but hopefully not beyond reason. Go to them. Convince the remaining clerics you are no demon to be feared. They have heard only frightful tales of you. Give them something else to believe.
Appeal to them. Will that work? But they want me dead. Appeal to them?
You want me to appeal to them?
If I thought you were incapable, I wouldn't suggest it.
Will they even listen?
Let me put it this way. You needn't convince them all. You just need some of them to doubt. The power is the unified voice. Take that from them and you receive the time you need.
Thank you. Are you sure that won't be used? Thank you.
It's good of you to do this.
I honestly don't know if you've been touched by fate or sent to help us, but I hope. Hope is what we need now. The people will listen to your rallying call as they will listen to no other. You could build the Inquisition into a force that will deliver us or destroy us. I will go to Haven and provide Sister Leliana the names of those in the Chantry who will be amenable to a gathering. It is not much, but I will do whatever I can.
I mean, that'll help.
Corporal Vale is coordinating the Inquisition's efforts in the area. We should speak with him.
Okay.
We can do, just ask. Thank you.
Could be better.
Oh, this is what I was looking for. Claim. Wait, oh no! That's what I wanted. Saga of Tydra, Bright Axe, Avar Mother. Tydra, Bright Axe, Dwarf Fiend, Friend Chieftain with her leaf-eared lovely lover lay. Woke she did to love sweat morning, lover got in light of day. Dream words whispered, spoken soft, still. The silence crushed and crashing. Dead her tribe, unless a child could keep her line in warrior fashion. Avalier, so named the lover, called our journey yours and mine. One day, child of Tydra's blood, Morgana, in strength must shine, lovers whispers to obey. Hendor, dwarf prince, friend in passion, babe produced to serve the line. The Avar tribe her name are taking. Sure. Okay.
Of course. We all did.
I want this. I claim this now. Thanks. Okay.
Someone, anyone, please help my wife.
What's wrong with your wife?
She gets sick when the weather's foul. Can't catch her breath, like cobwebs in her lungs. Our son Hindle makes a potion that lets her breathe. He's the only one who can make it, but he's joined that cult in the hills. Please, get to him and tell him what's wrong. Without that potion, she'll die.
Okay. I have to go this way.
I see. Fine day to you.
So many side quests. go. No! Let me up.
You're with the Inquisition. Corporal Vale, thanks for your help. The Majors and Templars don't seem to care who gets caught in their war. The refugees here are in dire need of help. If the war doesn't kill them, cold or starvation will.
Investigate. Any other concerns? You said your people might starve. People are cold. Tell me of the mages. Tell me of the Templars. People might starve.
You're concerned about refugees starving.
Yes. Many of them brought food, but they expected to be home by now, or safe in a city. There's a hunter up the hill who had some ideas.
People are cold.
Is there anything we can do to help people deal with the cold?
I asked the Inquisition to send blankets. You'd think I was asking for a wagon of raw lyrium. A recruit named Whittle is trying to make what we can bring in last. If you have any ideas, talk to him across the road.
Okay.
What other problems do these refugees face?
We've got some injuries that go beyond stitches and elf fruit. I know healers are in short supply, but if you can find someone in Redcliffe to help us, it would save a lot of lives.
What can you tell me about the Templars?
All the Templars were called to Val Royeaux not long ago. These bastards ignored the order. Now they're killing rebel mages, along with any refugees they think are mage sympathizers. Every Templar I've ever known has wanted to protect the common folk. These men defile their order's good name.
What can you tell me about the rebel mages?
The real rebels are up north in Redcliffe, dug in and taking care of their own. The ones out here are just apostates, locked up in the circles all these years, and now they've gone mad with power. The rebels in Redcliffe have washed their hands of them. I wish we could do the same.
What can you tell me about the man who's supposed to be getting horses for the Inquisition?
Horsemaster Dennett. He lives on a farm to the west. Tough old fella. We haven't heard from him. Best we can tell, he's holed up until the mages
I mean,
are done killing each other.
going west would help me do some side quests. Goodbye.
Farewell.
And you as well.
Okay. Stabilize areas by sealing fade rifts, expand the reach of the Inquisition by setting up new camps, and complete quests to gain power and influence. Spend power on scouting operations at the war table to unlock new opportunities. Getting enough influence increases the rank of your Inquisition and grants you access to unique perks. Oh my god, guys, they're gonna make me side quest, aren't they? No! Wait, we're going north or we're going west. Okay. Not the side questing! Anything but the side questing! Alright. Here's Whittle.
Where are their coats?
What do you need to keep these refugees warm?
Blankets, warm clothes, all of it. These poor sods lost everything when the mages and the Templars...
I don't know if I'll do all of the side quests. I might do some of them.
Clothesline is fine. Out here, I'm sure the apostates have plenty of supplies. Just haven't been able to find them.
Okay.
Farewell.
And to you.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta punch a dragon. That's a given. No, I got small waves. Got to bring me. What about me cooking dinner? I don't want to cook dinner. I would expect nothing less from a game that's called Dragon Age and that, you know, be dragons and stuff. But hopefully my team will be ready for it and it'll be great and just murder everybody. That's not what I want to do. There should be a camp.
So, set up camp or keep moving?
Yay! I got a camp.
Nothing to report, sir.
Once established, Inquisition camps allow the party to rest, fulfill potions, and regenerate health, change party members, and fulfill requisitions. Camps also serve as fast travel points. Oh, hell yeah! We want all the fast travel points! Cool beans. Iron and logs, but I need the logging stand. Okay. Change party. Tempting, but I can't. Oh, that's fine. I thought you said I was cooking, and I was like, do I have to? I do have to cook dinner after stream tonight. I'm making pork chops. Doc's mom gave us a couple when we saw her for the new year. So I gotta cook them. All right. You bitch. You double bitch. I'm like so close to having it sealed. How rude. I won't. Look, your mom can cook a lot of things really, 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 really well. All right. Got it. Yay! Loot the body. Take all. Okay. Ooh, what is that? What does that mean on my map? I don't know if I can get up here. I don't eat salmon. But Doc says he makes pretty good salmon. He had me try it though, and I just found it to be icky, so. Are you like a really strong enemy? Is that why you have a skull and crossbones? Oh, nice. Up. Alright, what do we get? Running start. Running start. Nope. Alright, well, I don't know how to get up there. I want to know what that is. Tell me your secrets. Tell me your secrets. I do hate fish. I liked canned tuna. That's it, and I'm happy with that. Eh. I thought I was attacking the goats, and I was like, why? I like goats. Are we attacking the goats? We are attacking the... Okay. Honestly, that's kind of how I was with this game. Like, I've had it. I've played a little bit of it. Like I said, like on the 4. But then like watching other people play through the game and Veilguard and stuff, I was like, I really want to play this. Like for realsies this time. For realsies. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. I murdered the wrong person, I think. I don't actually know. I murdered somebody. Okay.
Mages and Templars and innocent people caught in the middle. Some things never change.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. All right. And then we pull. Am I not disrupting the rift like I'm supposed to? Disrupt a rift. There you go. I don't know what you were doing, but it wasn't right. Ooh. That sounds pretty good. See, I love most of the flavorings Doc uses. I just hate fish. So the fish ruins the yummy flavorings. Alright, that's done. Okay. It's the texture. I'm not a fan of the texture of it.
Templar bastards killed my husband and stole the ring from his finger. They deserve to die.
You're saying the Templars attacked your husband?
Aye. He was digging out a stump. The fools couldn't tell a shovel from a mage's staff. Had to be safe, they said. Rebels everywhere attacking by surprise, sick bastards. They took the ring I gave him on our wedding day in case it was magic.
Farewell.
Alright, so we gotta kill Templars. Got it. I'm here for it. Let's go. It's a fox. Don't worry, little ram. I'm not gonna kill you. You're not my target. No, that's all I wanted. I wanted to make my thingamabobber bigger, my map bigger, but I guess I can't.
Excuse me, have you seen another Inquisition scout? Elven woman, answers to writs.
A scout is missing?
You said your friend hasn't reported back.
Well, she was supposed to be checking on some apostates. I'm on duty here, or I'd go look for her.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, there's just something about the texture of fish. But, like, see, I think it's because I grew up with a lot of tuna, and when I was little, like, I would only eat tuna if it was smothered in fucking mayo.
We could make camp here.
So, and then as I got older, that changed, and I do it now on a drier side. But, like, actual fish has just never stuck with me. When not in a dungeon, you can use the quest map to travel to distant locations. Quest map and the hero. Push Y from the quest map to access the world map and travel to unlocked areas. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And that goes for anyone in chat. If you guys have a good recipe that you want to share, feel free to like post it in the food channel or the general. Usually foods, we don't lose it as often.
Now, Seeker. The breach isn't going to close itself. Indeed. The sooner we obtain help for the breach, the better.
Okay.
These must be the supply caches Whittle asked us to find.
Oh, fruit. Yeah, I have a couple of them, Doc. Someone from work had given me a couple. They're sitting next to our stove. We just never made any of them. Okay. I don't think your salmon was one of them, but I could be wrong. Okay. Oh, wrong button.
Bid you welcome.
Thank you for the follow. So, by chance, does this game have a sprint? Loot. Okay. Nope, that's not the right button. Nope. Alright, your rift. Okay, that's one. Come on. I have not tried German pancakes. What are they? I think it just came back. Yeah, it came back.
Yes. Sorry about that, huh?
No, it's not your fault. Whatever Xfinity decided to do, just shut everything down. Welcome back, though, friends. Yeah, our internet just decided to, you know, shit the bed as things do. But we'll get an ad out of the way. It's gonna start in 30 seconds, so we'll get the ad out. It'll be good. Let the internet fix itself. All right. Reload the player. Oh, man. I think it just, God damn it. I gotta do something real quick. I didn't want to do that. Well, that's an issue. All right, that's fine. Doc, heads up, you don't have to worry about YouTube anymore. It disconnected me and it's not going to reconnect, and I don't feel like trying to start it back up again. So, fuck it. I'll deal with it later. I'll download everything, the VOD, and re-upload. Alright, and then I can make this chat smaller, though. There we go. Alright, my connection's still garbage, but that's fine. Boopity boop boop. Boop boop. Saving's not permitted while you're under attack. Hell yeah, I leveled. I'm amazing. Hey, that's awesome. Thank you, Dark. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. I will see you later. All right, welcome back from the ad, everybody. You missed nothing. I finished closing the rift, and that was all I did. All right. Okay, so the Templars are marked as my enemy. Yep. Yeah, we like the levels. The levels are good. Okay. Boop. Ow. Why does he fight so up close if he uses a crossbow? That doesn't make any sense.
It must have been some time since the Renegade Templars faced a mage of any talent.
Alright. I need a bunch of supplies, so I'm gonna try to loot whatever I can find. Okay. Not the graves, though. We won't loot the graves. I'll be nice. Fox! And I won't hurt the fox. Because look how cute he is! He's so precious! Oh, was there a rift here, too? That's gonna get fun. Oh, that's gonna be so fun. I got it, Cassandra. I'm okay. Thank you, though. Alright. Loot you. Old Danish. Oh, I found the ring. Cool, 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 cool. Not just gonna remember where that woman was. There's a quest here? What quest is here? Loot. A letter. Templar encampment. When the Senventor Imperium said that mages should rule over man, the just rebelled against the unrighteous decree. When the circle said that mages should be allowed to consort with unholy spirits without care or consequence, the just rebelled against the unrighteous decree. Now the Lord Seeker tells us to withdraw to Valroy. My brothers, I tell you, we are the just, and we must rebel against this unrighteous decree. Our battle must continue until no mage draws breath. Cast aside these cowardly shackles and join us along the river off the west road. A letter written in a crisp and educated hand. Okay. I'm gonna have so many side quests. Oh my god. Gerb. Loot. Letter found a noble woman's corpse. My lady Velina, I know you're frightened, but the light in the sky shouldn't scare you. It's the eye of the Maker, finally coming back to take the faithful to the Golden City. Leave your father's servants and come up to the hills, away from the pointless fighting between the Templars and mages. Let me introduce you to Speaker Anise. She'll explain everything, and we'll be together and happy, waiting for everything to be right in the world. Alright. Oh, there's fighting. Boop. Ah, I hit the thing though. Worth it. Alright. Yo! Mage! Fuck you! Ah, now you're dead. That's what you get for being a jerk. Oh, you've been here. Let's go this way. I still need to know if I can sprint. Because this game needs a good sprint button. Alright, we gotta go find the lady. Wait, there's a thing over here. These mountains are so confusing. And the fact that this map tells me nothing does not help. Okay. This way. Ow, I keep pushing the fuck. The sneaking does not work if I push my attack button. All right. All right, come on. Come on. There you go. Oh. Well, I was gonna attack you, but you're dead, so... Okay. Claim. Okay. Then there's a quest here. Brother, I have fled the circle, but I want no part of this mad rebellion. The Templars and my brethren have both gone mad, and their war has torn apart the very sky. Some of the other isolationists suggested fleeing, and I shall follow their example. It has been too long since I saw you, and it cannot be safe in heaven. It cannot be safe in haven. If you can make it past the bandits and demons, join me at the grandmother's old northwest of the crossroads. With your blade and my staff, we should get through this together. I don't think that worked. I don't think they've made it. I could be wrong, but their dead body makes me think that they didn't make it. Now, where... Oh, there is fall damage in this game. All right, noted. So, if I was this woman's house, where the hell would I be? I don't remember. Ooh. I found a treasure chest. Wink. Okay. The fact that treasure stays in this game is gonna mess with me so badly. Okay. Yeah. Haven, heaven, they're so similar. Okay. Ooh, I got a claymore. I hear fighting. Alright. When the compass pulses, push left to search. Searching indicates the direction of hidden object with additional pulse on the ground. And if you're close enough, reveals them. Yeah, well, I'm fighting, so... Okay. Silk. Oh, right there. Elden root. And then there was one over here.
Do you need anything?
There
I
was...
should probably report back.
I thought there was something over here. Embrium. Oh, maybe this? That's fancy. Spellburst staff? Oh, that looks sick. Hopefully I'm gonna have some cool shit from my party. Alright, I'm still looking for that woman. But as I keep taking on new things, I don't think I'm anywhere near where I need to be.
There are Inquisition soldiers even here. I told you we would be...
I know you. They call you the Herald of Andraste for what you did at Haven. But are you? The Maker has not told me.
I'm not certain.
I honestly don't know myself.
As I suspected, stories of you mastering the rifts are just blind heresy.
No.
I can seal rifts.
me that the rifts bend to your will, the will of the Maker. Show me the power you wield.
This cult. What are you doing out here? What is it you think is happening?
The Chantry has fallen, and shown its imperfection in doing so. The Chant of Light was a lie. It was arrogance to think that mortal lips could frame the Maker's will, and so we wait in silence. The Maker has opened the sky. Soon he will call his chosen back to the Golden City.
Until later.
Until the Maker brings you back to us.
Someone just went flying through the gate.
Are you prepared to prove
Oops.
yourself? Show me your Maker-given power.
I would like to demonstrate what I can do.
Then prove it. Show me that the rifts bend to your will, the will of the Maker. Show me the power you wield.
Okay.
Until later.
Until the Maker brings you back to us.
There was a rift here, wasn't there?
I suppose it only natural that some would turn to worshipping the breach, if only in hopes of appeasing it. Lornon's exile. Our Tyrongarian's eldest son came late in the Arl's life, and then there was much hope for the young man to follow in the footsteps of a successful father. Unfortunately, Loran Gorin proved to be profoundly lazy in his youth, more interested in spending his father's money than tending to his lands. In frustration, the Arl ordered a fort constructed in the mountains. He sent Lorraine there, stating that his son could return to Redcliffe only when the bandits that lurked in the mountains had been brought to heel. Accepted history says that Lorraine reformed, routed the bandits, and returned to the Redcliffe a changed man. Whispers in the family, however, suggest that the man who returned to Redcliffe was in fact a soldier who bore some resemblance to Lorraine and who fought well against the bandits in the mountains, while Lorraine rested comfortably in the mountain keep for the remainder of his days. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So there should be like a rift or something around here. And then we do this. Or not. I'm just making shit up now. Alright, I'm making shit up. Is the rift like... This map is awful. I say that about a lot of maps, but this one just being like a, hey, this is where you are in direction to north, kind of sucks. I want to. I just don't know how to get to what I need to get to. Guess we'll try this one. No, that's nothing. Well, shit. Here we go.
Hear rumors about what caused that killed the divine, my lady. We need no longer listen to rumors.
Okay. Yay! I hope it's super tasty.
Excuse me. While you were coming up, did you meet a young noblewoman with blonde hair and pale green eyes?
Did we?
Lady Velena should be here. We need to be together when the Maker comes.
I found a woman's
Oh.
body down the hill with a letter on it.
This letter, Velena is dead. But we were meant to be together. The Maker would not keep us apart. What am I supposed to do now?
Join the Inquisition. You failed her. Go home. Join the Inquisition.
The Inquisition needs men who believe as strongly as you do. Come and help us restore order.
Yes. If waiting here in the hills means innocents to die, then I will bring the Maker's word by the sword. My men and I will lend our strength to the Inquisition. Thank you.
Wow, that was actually kind of easy. Why does she only slightly approve? I just busted my ass.
Thank you again. Lady Velena would have loved this place.
Did I just turn the cult into... into the Inquisition? I'm here for it. Alright. And then here's... Oh, no, I can't do that. That's a big turnoff for me. Like, even when I go to the grocery store, if the fish still has its head on, I can't even look at it. Like, I know in a lot of Asian cultures, you keep all of that on, but I can't. Like, soup with fish ollies in them? Nope, 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 nope. Are you hitting me? Are you hitting me? I am busy. Go away. I am trying to close the rift. You can't disturb me, you stupid demon dude. There we go. Jerk. Okay. I'm gonna just take the loot. Ooh, treasure. I almost didn't see the shiny. It's like, you're so damn tasty. See, that's funny thing is I don't like fish at all, but I love to go crabbing. Like, I miss it and I want to go, and I keep telling Doc we're gonna go and we never do, but like, it's so much fun. It's so much fun.
Your father would not want this for you. My father is gone. He wants for nothing.
Oh my, did she? Oh god. Okay. Is what hard? Eating fish with the head on, or taking it off, or cooking something, or... Stupid eye. Oh, crabbing? Crabbing is so easy. You put a little chicken in a trap, in a crab trap, and you lower it to the bottom of the water, and you wait. Give it a little jingle jingle every once in a while. Pick it up, get crabs.
Hindle, your mother can't breathe. Your father sent me here for potion.
What? She was fine. She hasn't had the breathing trouble in... All right, I can help. Here, I have some already made. Go.
I'm glitching and I love it. Look at me. I got skill. I got skill. Moonwalk. Yeah, I'm gonna just moonwalk the rest of this game. Okay. There we go, that's done.
Get her that breathing potion.
Okay, and then... Oh. Probably shouldn't have done that. Where is this person? He should be like right here.
Maker's tears. I was a fool to have doubted you. How may we serve you? Herald of Andraste.
Help the refugees.
Have your people help the refugees.
As you say, Herald of Andraste. Some few will remain here. The rest will go forth to do your will. When the Maker calls you to your great purpose, remember that we served you. The faithful move to follow your divine will. It shall be as you say.
Okay. I should have had her help the Inquisition, but it just seemed to make sense to have her send help to the refugees. There's a camp here that I can't camp with. Okay. See, sardines and anchovies are like two fish. I don't understand how people can eat them. I don't understand the appeal or any of that. I'm stuck. Alpha brand guidance.
We want no trouble here.
There's a fight that, but Why does this map suck so much? Ugh, no thank you. Be like, I don't trust this, guys. I don't trust you. There's a quest here. Oh, dead body. I don't know how this will reach you, but with the last strength of my shaking hands, what else could I do but write you? Whether it be the magic of this cursed breach or the Maker punishing me for abandoning my vows, the end is coming. The terrors are with me more often than not. I came up here to try and find some peace with the believers, but the platitudes they mouth are cold comfort. If my mind falls to demons or my own darkness, I fear that even a weakened Templar will cause too much harm. I took a draught of bitter herbs. It will be over soon. King is a magical being. The circle of magi and chantry is small. Magic filled with blood taken from apprentice magi track down mages that turn apostate to flee the wrath of the Templars.
A Templar, I believe.
Okay. Just bleh. Gross. Okay. I don't want to take new quests until I finish these. There's just so many. And I need a bigger map. Oh, wait, hold on. No, wrong button. Fuck. Okay. Oh my god, there's so many. Okay. That's that one. That's the... Oh, this one. Okay. Okay. This way. I figured it out how to do this better. Yay! I just... Bleh. Is it like beer? It's acquired tastes. But it's the wrong acquired taste. Bleh. I was gonna say fish that comes out of a can cannot be trusted, but I'm a girl that only eats canned tuna, so I can't say anything. But like whole fish in a can can't be trusted. Oh, you know what other kind of... I will eat sardine? Or is it anchovies? Whatever is in Caesar dressing.
Damn it, Ritz, where are you?
I found Ritz and rescued her from an attack by the Templars. She's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time. It's dangerous out here for everyone. I'm glad the Inquisition is trying to put things right.
Okay. That's done. And they're tiny because they're so damn small. Evil person. Oh, fuck me. I hit the wrong button again. Sad face. See, you think Templars are supposed to be these good people, but really they're just assholes. Right. Come on. Get him. Here we go. Alright, loot. No fruit. Oop. Alright, we're gonna go to the widow. No more fighting. No more fighting. Wait, they're all enemies of themselves? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get why they were all attacking each other.
Where the Templars? They don't care who they kill anymore.
I found this ring on a Templar I killed.
Tuna P Wiggle?
Praise to
What
you,
is it?
Inquisition, for giving my husband justice. It won't bring him back, but his spirit will rest easier now, as will mine.
Okay, that quest is done. Now we have to do this quest map. All right. I wonder what this is. I can't figure out how to get there. What's over here? We'll go for this one. Oh, fuck. I keep trying to sprint with a button that doesn't exist. Ah, shit. Why did my map turn a color? What? Okay. Okay. But why did the map change?
The apostates locked themselves in for safety, and then the Templars set the house on fire.
The Templars were attacking the peasants we'd taken food from. They wanted to make certain that everyone fought to the death rather than help us. We took them by surprise with ice and lightning, and several were dead before they even saw us. So much for all that Templar discipline. The brutes are off on the leash just as much as we are now. Still, there was enough of them to damp our magic, and the sellswords died fast when it came to blows. We've fallen back into the peasants' home. It's sturdy enough in here, and it looks like the peasants didn't give up all their food after all. The door's locked, and the Templars gave up trying to force it after we killed the last fool who tried. I can hear them out there doing something out in the trees. Whatever they try, we'll be ready. We're never going back to any circle. Even real Templars couldn't stop us, and these glorified bandits are no better than we are. That sucks. Ah. Oh.
Go back to Navarra, Seeker?
Why? Are you eager to see me go?
I wasn't, actually. But now that you mention it...
How do you know I wouldn't just drag you along?
Be still, my heart. I've grown on you.
Like fungus.
Alright. I mean, tuna casserole can be good. I don't think I've ever had it, but it can be yummy. Whoop, there's treasure. Okay. I still don't know what that means on my map. Oh, is it just telling? Oh, just highlighting the thingy. Okay. So this thing should be somewhere around here then. Loot! Okay. Okay, I can't get up there. That's great. Love that for me. Back up this way. Come on. No! How do I get back up here? I just did this. Here we go. Okay. Here we go.
More supplies for Recruit Whittle.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Wrong button. All right, and then the rest are over here. Can I, like, fast travel? I thought I could fast travel to camps. Okay. I guess not. I don't... I wanna... See, I can talk on the waypoint. So then... How do I do this? How do I, like, fast travel? Boo. Okay. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna go this way. See if we can't figure this out. I want to get some of these side quests done. At least some of them. Do them while I, you know, have the drive to do so. Alright, see, here's a camp. I unlocked this camp. Go this way.
Nothing to report, sir.
Okay. Then we go this way. Do. Dwarfson's Pass. Great. I thought I did. Like, oh, I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay. Okay. Loot. 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 Okay, I need 3 more locks. I'm gonna need more iron. Because technically I need 15 of them. Boo! Why are you not dead? Okay.
The apostates have fled to the hills.
Okay, there's that. There's this. Cool, I need 2 more. We were going this way. Jump. Mr. Ram, let me ride you so I can go faster. You don't like that idea, but I thought it was a great idea. I'll just use you as my trusty steed. Hi, Crow. Trusty steed. Like, look, if I can't have a horse, give me a ram at least. Give me something mobile. Hydrate, you got it. Hi, Hyde. Guys, I gotta change my Brita filter. It doesn't taste bad, but you can definitely tell it's in need of changing. Why are we bonking me? What did I do? All right. Now, is that all of the iron that I need for like both quests? Barriers can't be destroyed with enough of the opposite type of elemental damage. Ice barriers can only be damaged with mage's fire attacks. But can I just be like, dude, do the thing? And I want to play Origins because I really want to play Veilguard. So I gotta play Inquisition so I can play Veilguard. We've been over this. I regret nothing. Okay. Now they're both fine, says the person's played only a little bit of each. Now I gotta change characters. Here we go. I fucked up. Wait, you only have ice attacks. Shit. You only have ice attacks. You need fire. Fire. Sure. Okay. Come on. Do the thing. Man, I can't do enough damage. No. Hey, finally. Took it long enough. Jesus. All right, I gotta play with myself. Oh, you missed. There we go. Okay. And then we do this. Perfect. All right. Now, if I was the shiny thing, where would I be? Drakestone. Oh, here it is. Perfect. That makes 3. Drakestone. Loot you.
Whoever this dwarf was, he was in over his head.
Okay. Drake's. Is that a pig? Why is there a pig in here? Okay. Whoop. More stuff. Okay. I worked so damn hard getting in here. I'm gonna make it real worth it by taking all of the things. Is that a pig? No, that's a weird looking rabbit. That's disturbing. It's disturbing. I need to get up here. Here we go. Done. All right, now this says this is a campsite. So Or not. It's gross. I'm gonna turn it into dinner soon enough, but I'm not gonna eat it because it's probably poisoned. Like, it looks so bad. Okay. Do. I don't know. Seems shady. Okay. Boop. Boop. That dude's exploding and I'm sitting here like, I'm gonna loot the body. Thank you for my wings, coffee. I'm gonna assume that's a glitch. That's disturbing though. Alright. I gotta figure out how to get this way. Like... Mr. Ram, will you show me the way? Oop. I'll take that. Okay. Take that too. See, I've gone in a circle. Do I go this way and then go up, maybe? Is that where the trick lies? Or is there something this way? No, this is just to the back of the pass. Okay, up the stairs we go. Okay, and then we'll go this way. Maybe this is what I need? Because that's the cult thing. Here we go, yeah. Because there's the purple circle. Perfect. Alright. Cache location.
More supplies for Recruit Whittle.
Beautiful. I need one more, and it's like nowhere near me. Ooh, but a rift. I found a rift. Huzzah. I'll take that.
Stay alert. The chaos has made this part of Ferelden more dangerous than ever before.
Okay.
There was a blight here, right?
All right, yes. Except during the blight.
Okay. Alright. Close the rift. Oh god. I was like, who's got low health? Not that's not my problem, but I can't do nothing about it. Sort of. What the freak? What are you? Other than ugly. Go away. Go away. Come on. Alright, you're good. Okay. Loot. Oop. Interesting. There we go. Oh, we must share potions. Oh no, he's dead. Oh fuck. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I gotta find them and bring him back. Keep him busy, guys. Fuck. I don't know where my buddy is. I can't bring him back. I don't know where he is. Somebody else did. Yay! We did it! Flawless. It was great. Totally no death or destruction at all. Totally not. Okay. Oh. I need to go here, so if we could just go here, that'd be great. Yay! Gear crafting! Okay. This button. This button. I have 1 point to spend. Okay. We're gonna spend it on you. Apply. And then we're going to do this. And then this. Apply. And then this. And apply. And then you have no points to spend. Okay. And we're gonna save. Oh no, I saved over my new save. No! I have 2 save files. Okay. I just have to figure out how to get to this last one. Cause this one's such a pain in the ass. Like these dudes again. Okay. I love this. We just nearly died and then we fight these guys and they're so easy. Take the loot. I need one more lock. Probably those guys have it, but here we go. No, I can't get that way. How do I get up here? Elfruit. No. How do I get up here? How do I get up there? Up. No. I really wish this map was a little better. There's a camp over here. That's cool. Okay. This. This.
You know, not every dwarf likes caves.
This. There we go, and that's done. Ow! That's done. Okay, open a vein. Quest completed. I need you to check a cave up in the hills off to the path between Redcliffe and Haven. If you can get past the mages and Templars, it's worth it. Purest vein I've seen so close to the surface. Alright, take iron. Drakestone. And more Drakestone. Gather my materials. Okay. Oh. Why am I hunting a dog? Really? The dog is the enemy? That was not what I was anticipating. I'm so sorry, little doggy. I don't know why you're so vicious. Do you have rabies or something? Boop. Boop. Okay.
Apostates!
Okay.
I'm not familiar with this.
Oops. Let the fools in Redcliffe play the good mage as they always do. We know the truth. This world is ours to conquer, and every worthless peasant who threw a stone, every Templar who glared in disappointment at our harrowing, deserves to know it. Follow the trail to the Witchwood and find your brothers. Okay. And going this way. Regarding inquiry regarding the so-called Asteriums, it is our considered belief that these relics are from a cult that existed in a pre-Astrian era of the Teventar Imperium. Now, what would be considered a cult in society that worshipped the old gods? An order of magistrates who believed in the destruction of the magisterium, the governing body of the Imperium, and that determines which mages are and are not given the magistrate title. The members of this order wish to return to an earlier period where dreamers ruled, and evidence indicates they operated throughout Teventar, though primarily in the frontier areas. There they would lock away their secrets, caches of treasure, and perhaps even secret meeting places, though we have no way of knowing for certain. Unlockable only through knowledge of ancient astronomy, a practice that what we understand rather out of fashion in the late Teventar period. According to our investigations, each of the Asteriums could point to the secret cache if one knew the 3 constellations that mapped to each device present at the site. Connect the Dwarmers and the correct configuration, and it would be revealed. Many of these relics were sought out by Adrastan cultures of the earlier Divine Age, the Order of Fiery Promise in particular, and destroyed. Why? Because they believed the Asteriums held together the Veil, and that destroying them would destroy the Veil, and thus the world. Such is the reason of cults of any kind, that the true reason for what they do could never be understood by modern minds. Okay. Asteriums allow you to unlock the secrets of the heavens, recreate the image of a constellation by connecting the stars without making the same line twice. Okay. Did I do it? Oh, no, I had to follow that picture. Okay. Restart. Okay. This one goes to here. Goes to here. Goes to here. Goes to there. There. Oh, no, I fucked up. Okay. So it's... Fuck. There. How the hell? Because you have this one connects to there, and then this one connects to there. Yeah, that's wrong. Alright, restart. This one, this one, this one. This one? No, because it's all one line. How the hell? But then... Guys, an ad is about to start in less than a minute. Just a heads up. I'm gonna work on this puzzle, but guys, if you need to stretch or take a break or something, you'll have 3 minutes during the ad to go do such things. Everybody stretch. Oh my god, okay. See, like, it's there. It's just not there. I just, because these two little end pieces are fucking me up. This one to this one. Because if I do it this way... Oh, no, I got it. No, I didn't do it. Fuck! Restart. Alright. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Down. Got it. Ha ha! Brilliant, me. Brilliant. Finish. Depicted as a downturned sword, the constellation Judix is oft called the Sword of Mercy in common parlance. Even though the sword image was assigned to these stars long before Andraste's time, Judix referred to the concept of justice in ancient Tevinter, and the downturned aspect of the sword indicated a guilty verdict, which in those times generally translated to execution. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Obviously, with its modern meaning and use of a symbol by the Templar Order, the old interpretation is frowned upon in scholarly circles.
Strange. Where does this lead?
Ooh. I figured it out. Look at me getting so good at puzzles. I'm so cool. All right. It's a scarecrow. It's not doing too well, but okay. It's trying its best. Equip potions. God damn it. I still need a logging stand and one more lock. Okay. That's frustrating. Oh, wait. I'm not where I thought I was. That's fine. You have to go this way, though. Okay. This way. And then this way. Take the iron. Guys, I need to... Hi, Mr. Beakers! Hi, Symphonic. I just need to kill one more mage that has the lock. And then I can turn one of the quests in.
Hopefully the Inquisition can find some way to help these people.
Okay. Okay.
It's good to have commerce restored.
Alright. Ow, wrong way. This way. You? You?
Do you
You.
have the potion?
Give push it.
Here you go. The potion and instructions on how to make it.
Silas bless you. Or the maker. Or whoever. It doesn't matter, just thank you. I'll give it to her right away. If ever I can help the Inquisition, you have my word.
Welcome back from the ad, friends. We're just turning in quests. We're just turning them in. Nothing fancy. Oh, got it. Taking more quests. No. All right. This way.
It's good to see you.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Hunter.
That's the last of the bread. Going to be a long, hungry night.
What's the problem?
These people need food.
There are rams out in the hills. Good eating, cooks easy, and no lords around to kill you for poaching. Too dangerous to go hunting now. More likely to find mages than luck.
Good luck.
I mean,
Luck won't put fat on your ribs.
I could kill rams. That's easy enough. Okay. Ooh.
I've heard stories about you, Herald of Andraste.
She pretty.
I am Enchanter Elendra. I hope you find a way to end this foolish war.
You're not with the rebels?
If you're a mage, why aren't you with the rebel mages?
I was an enchanter in the College of Equitarians. We wanted tolerance, not war. By rights, I am sworn to join the rebels. But I had friends among the Templars. I will not fight them. I know my own strength. I have no fear of demons. I will keep to myself and harm none.
I believe this is your phylactery. I found it on the body of a dead Templar named Matrin.
Ah, I suspect he died when he did not join me or send word. Maker curse the fools who started this war, and the fools who now fight it. Thank you. Matrin was important to me. Here, for your trouble.
Money? Can you join the Inquisition?
The Inquisition could use the skills of a powerful mage.
If I wished to kill others, I would have joined the rebels. How is the Inquisition any better?
Okay. Well, I tried.
It is better to know.
Okay. Report the cache locations to recruit Whittle. Now find them though. Where's Whittle?
I'll keep an eye out.
Here we go.
Maker's breath. If I were back in the city, I could just steal some blankets.
I found some of the apostate's supply stores. I can mark the locations for you.
I'll get out there myself with a few men and pick them up.
Yay!
A lot more refugees alive next time it snows. I appreciate it.
Yay, we did good. Okay. New quest. Alright. We gotta go and hunt some stuff. There's so many rams. I could go anywhere. Can I just go this way actually and just leave and then, because like we came across them so early. This doesn't look fun. Here we go. Did I not go this way? I did not go this way.
Look at this. The apostates have gone mad with power.
The Templars aren't looking any better here.
Okay. I guess we're gonna go murder some people. Not what I anticipated doing, but you know, it's whatever. Ugh, don't hit the symbol. Don't hit the symbol. All right, good. And we do this. Okay. Your shield sucks.
We can only restore order by securing an alliance.
Ugh. Come in. There we go. All right. You're still alive? Go down. Finally. I'm gonna loot your body. Yay, I got my lock. Perfect. Cool beans. Oh my god. There's people here. Okay. Cool. I need to find ramps. Wheel spin? Alright, you got it. I gotta put a noise to that one. Alrighty, friends, for 15,000 points, you too can spin the wheel. If it's obviously anything 14 related, we will respin because I'm not playing 14. Bloop. Boo, 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 boo. Do the thing. Alright, let me go get myself to do a shot. Please hold. Bloop. I'm gonna have to get more of this stuff soon. So in my head, I have one shot glass filled to the brimmy brim of blue raspberry vodka. I will take and post a picture in the Discord. Boop. I lied, not that picture, because that has some personal details behind it. There we go. Bloop. 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 There we go. Alrighty. Cheers, chat. Ugh. Kachinkers. My goodness. My goodness. All right. It's like stuck in the back of my throat. Love that for me. Perfect. Okay. I gotta go murder people. Do you have a shield? Is that what the issue is? A nug totem? What the hell's a nug totem? Alright. You're done. Okay. That's done. What is this?
Did you believe the Conclave could achieve peace, Cassandra?
I had hope, as did we all.
The Templars went to war to force mages back into their circles, which the mages would never agree to.
Okay.
What solution could divine Justinia have offered when all sides rejected compromise?
The war was going nowhere for either side. That they went at all showed they realized this.
Or they believed the other side would relent.
We shall never know now.
Ugh. My tummy is warm from the booze. I'm gonna be drunk, 'cause I'm such a lightweight. Dee 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 dee. Alright. Loot your body. Don't touch the mage stuff. Loot the body. Oh, I chilled myself. I touched it. I didn't mean to do that. I was close though. Loot that body. Elf root. Nope. Loot. Right? It sounds very familiar, but I don't think I've ever had them. Alright. Open route. This. Oh, why? Because there's people fighting? Oh, there are people fighting. Okay. I didn't realize they were so close. Come on. Oh my god, go down. Purple girl, go down. There we go. Loot. Okay. You don't have it. Oh, you're gonna chill me, aren't you? Oh no, you're not. Cool beans. Now you chilled me. That's great. Oh no, I went down. Oh fuck. Oh god. Hey, I'm back. That was not the plan. There's so many people to murder. Okay. Perfect. No, you're still alive? Okay, we kill you though. Now I touch shiny. I still can't touch. There we go. All right. What is this? This is a quest turn in. This is a quest turn in. Guys, I can't speak English when I'm sober, and now I've had a shot, so now I really can't speak. Okay. Open the door.
This is unpleasant.
Yeah, this place is unpleasant. And I'm only partially alive, which doesn't really help anything. Ah! I can make those noises too. Is he dead? He's not dead. Now he's dead. Cool. Loot. Okay. So why'd we come in here? What was the point of this? Um... I don't see a need of why we had to come in here. I mean, we fought the beastie, which is important, but like, I don't see a reason for this. Okay. Oh, here's a rift. Shit! Fuck. There we go. Now I feel better about my chances. Oh. It got us, Cassandra. It got us. I would like to destroy the rift, please. Cassandra, protect me! Alright. Okay. I'm gonna loot while we wait. Beautiful. I'm gone. I'm such a lightweight. Not really. I'm physically okay. My English speaking ability is already crap, so. 3 more. I mean, you're not the only one. Trusty Mystic, you are definitely not the only one. I know a couple of people that could probably just hit me for a shit ton of wheel spins. Okay, well, this isn't what I wanted to do, so. I mean, guys, if you want to get me drunk, we can just do like a fun drinking, not drinking stream. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a consenting adult. I could do something where we like chit chat or play like fun games and schmooze. Exactly. I'm about average, you know? Oh, we could do that. That'd be fun. I did want to do more collabs in 2025. Alright, let's go get some ram meat. Oh, here we go. Here's the compass.
Long day.
I can't walk between people and it fucks me up. Okay. Yep. You're what I need. Fast travel. All right. So I need to go to. Can I just go here? No. Here? No. How the fuck do you fast travel to these places? I don't get it. I can only. No, because you're a cave. How about you? Can I travel to you? Okay, we can do that. That's fine. Valid. Because you are very good at it, and you probably have our highest record. Alright, we gotta go kill some rams. I see. Ooh, there's one there. That's one. This is two. There's a quest over here. I don't know what it's for. Oh, here we go. Take. Come here. Take. Sketch of Galahad's foothold. Okay. I'm an English major. Like, I majored in creative writing. I took a grammar class and I am lucky I passed it. So, you know. It's also why I'm not an editor. Okay. I feel like I got lucky if I had a C. Now, I could be wrong. It's been quite a few years since I got out of college, but yeah, I did not. I really thought I'd have to retake the class. I even went for like tutoring help because the attitude of the class was because it was a lot of teachers. Like, you didn't go into the English department unless you wanted to become a teacher, even though they had, you know, other reasons for the major, like creative writing and so forth. But their attitude was like, you went to be a teacher, so the grammar class was to help you understand it so you could teach it and teach you ways of teaching grammar. And I just wasn't all that good at it. I did calculus and financial. Ugh, I never took calculus. Even in high school, I was not good enough to take a calculus.
I hear reconstruction is progressing well in Kirkwall.
I know things are bad there.
I wasn't trying to...
You weren't trying to remind me how bad it is in Kirkwall, so you decided to talk about it?
About its recovery.
What you're talking about are the buildings, and even that will take years. People don't recover so easily.
A letter in an empty home. Brothers, I know you escaped with the other mages, and I know you'll come here. Father told you that you have restrained, he'd put you down himself. If you're here, you know he's dead, but I'm not. I'll be killing apostates and waiting for you at Old Phoenix Place to the north. I've got Father's sword and my true brothers and the Templars. Come if you're man enough, Ven.
That may be worth investigating.
That's rough. Yeah, see, I was stupid in math. Like, and I say this because in all of my years of schooling, high school, college, so forth, I was considered like stupid in math. I took pre-algebra, algebra, and geometry. Or it was like pre-algebra 1, pre-algebra 2, and then geometry. And like, I was fine in algebra. Like, I liked it a lot. Geometry, on the other hand, I sucked at. And then I got to college and I failed the like pre-assessment test, like the placement test. And they told me I was so stupid in math, I needed to like take basic 101. And basic taught you like addition, subtraction, multiplication, how to divide. I had the highest grade in the class for the longest time. And I was like, this is all shit you learn early on. Like, there were kids struggling in my class, and I'm like, how the actual fuck? Ram, come here, I want to eat you. You can't hide from me forever. You bitch. You little fucker. People took statistics too, and they said statistics was really hard when they didn't think it would be, considering it's, you know, statistics. It's the averages of what people think they would do and whatnot.
Do you think you could stay with the miller and his wife if I had to leave?
What nonsense are you going on about? Where do you think you're going, Father?
We're low on food and coin. I may have to bring out the old sword, do some work to feed us.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, our schooling isn't all that great. As someone who did all the years of education in it, yeah. All right. Ram meat. Ram meat. No, I'm gonna fall. Fuck. There we go. I don't want to kill you, little fox. I have no desire to. This ram, on the other hand. There we go. Alright, that's 7. Yeah, a few more. See, because it was funny in high school that my class had statistics, or my school had statistics. And again, it was one of those things where it was like, if you took algebra, pre-algebra, geometry, then you were allowed to take calculus, trigonometry, stuff like that. But it was all based on like how smart they thought you were. So like I was considered stupid, so I only had to take pre-algebra and like pre-algebra 1 and 2, and then geometry, and then everything else was considered like way out of my league, and I didn't have the grades for. They saved it for like the not honor students, but the honor students and the AP students. Okay. Cool. That's 9. I need one more RAM. Here we go. Yeah, I see, because I didn't go for it for school. Like, it didn't matter. Okay. My biggest issue with it is like, because my school designed it where it just made you feel really stupid if you were taking like what they considered a basic skills math. And it wasn't that I was taking a basic skills. It was just I was taking what I could take. Okay. I think that the biggest slap in the face was literally the college that I went to. Because I went to a community college, and again, you fail. Like, I didn't fail their entrance test, their placement test, but at the same time, I know I didn't do completely well on it. So their attitude was like, you're too stupid. You need to learn, how to add and subtract. And I got like an A plus on that class because it was so fucking easy. Okay. Is there anything in here? Hunter's view of the Mage Templar War. The words in this note may have misspellings and are scrawled in a clumsy hand. Mother Valerie said things I saw won't get out of my head unless I put them somewhere else. She told me write it down. It's a long time since I did letters, but I'll try. I saw refugees in the hills. I was there to hunt. I saw them, but did not say hello because I was on the trail. The refugees were going to Redcliffe. They were slow and bent over when they walked like old men. Templars came. They talked to the refugees. They hit them. The refugees gave food, then mages came. The mages used fire. Everyone burned. I was in a bush. They did not see me. Some Templars killed the mages. The mages ran. The Templars wanted to run after them. A refugee was still burning. His arm went up to a Templar. The Templar used his sword. It went up and down, up and down. There were pieces of black. He stayed while other Templars ran after mages. He took things from bodies. One body was moving. It had long hair and burned dress. The Templar started to take off his armor and shot him. I went down to the lady. She made little noises, and her eyes looked at me. Then she died. I want it to get out of my head. Please, Maker. I've been good. I want it out of my head. So you went to like a, Like a specialized school.
Mages, Templars, bandits, demons, making it hard for a man to hunt for his supper.
Give ram meat.
Maybe this will help.
It more than helps. With this, I can fill these hungry bellies, give these folks some hope. I didn't think much of the Inquisition, but no one else is helping like you lot. Maybe I was wrong.
Okay.
I passed round what you found. No one will go hungry.
Yay! Perfect. Welcome back. There's a fire burning in that building. Okay. Welcome back, Coffee. Hey, no worries. Okay, what's this? Healer's note at Redcliffe Crossroads. Low on elf fruit. Send girl out tomorrow to gather more. Send village boy with her. Fighting closer. Redcliffe close gates. Refugees staying by Crossroads now. Treated refugees. Illness and stomach trouble from eating spoiled food. Burn marks consistent with magic attacks. One elderly refugee had bone sickness, made worse by fleeing village when apostates attacked. More refugee arrivals. Elfroot, spindleweed low. Treated slash wounds, contusions, internal bleeding. 6 treated, 2 east to Maker. Reported Templars attacked them as suspected apostates. Treated frost cough at Crossroads. Sent letter to Redcliffe asking for blankets. No response. Widow Twain had passed in his sleep. Treated hunger shivers at Crossroads. More refugees. Burns and contusions. Several bleeding. Caught in fighting between apostates and Templars. Amputated arm to save girl. Will die without more elf fruit anyway, but too dangerous to gather more. Girl running high fever. Refugees found merchant wagon burning on way to Crossroads. Matched old Vin's wagon. No bodies, but everything in wagon taken. No more supplies coming. Think girl will make it. Use less of elf fruit. Making poultices from whatever I can find. Telling refugees to boil anything they eat or drink. Too many sick. Giselle came, said Inquisition help is not far behind. Fighting outside. Sound like Templars and mages both. Refugees scattered. Someone outside screaming. Have to help. Okay. All right. Thank you for the head patties coffee. All right. I guess we'll head to Redcliffe. Seems like everyone was trying to escape there, so foothold. I gotta figure out how to get up there. This way, maybe? Oh, crap. No, how do I get up there? Bitches. Mayhap, you're silly. Just saying. I want to know what that thing is. I'm probably going to regret it. It's probably going to eat me, but like, I just want to know. And I'm so close to it. I just can't figure out. You know what you did. You know what you did. Time to murder. Oh, you're on fire. 100%. Even Chad can see it. Are you calling all of Chad a liar? That's just mean.
They moved
Oop. All right. Cool beans, they leveled again. Okay. Lake Lucas. Elf fruit. No, leave me alone. I got stuff to do. There we go. Okay. Weapon fragments. Lambs
Redcliffe
will.
has seen more than its share of troubles. That the rebellion should play out here.
Okay. No, but see, that doesn't. Cause see, I don't get it. How do I get to this? I can get close, but I can't get to it. Ugh, so frustrating. All right. Blood locust. Blood locust. Loot the body. Okay. A fair blade. Okay, I was trying to get to Redcliffe, but I guess not. A letter found on a corpse. She told us right and proper, son. 3 times around the crown statue. Right hand close enough to brush the stone itself, and the spirits will listen. Everything else has been done. We slipped the silver to the chantry to save grandfather's body from the burning, and he's buried close by. 3 times around, always turning right, and the spirits will bring him back to us. Now go and don't be afraid. I feel like I should be afraid. Oh, I got my logging stand. Fuck yeah. Yay. All right. Okay. Is there still a... Bring the grandfather back. Oh. I'm gonna bring a zombie back. Get my word! Hey, I did it! Alright. I feel bad. He was already dead, and I had to bring him back. Alright. He's naked, he's all skin and bones. Now I'm going to have to rebury him. Okay. Loot. Okay. Cool beans. Alright, I need to get back to camp. Oh man. Okay. Hey. Okay. Loot. All right. There was stuff here and it poofed. I don't like it. Loot. Toy soldier. Oh, dog. Okay. I feel bad going after the doggos. The doggos didn't do anything. I like it. I like it. I've done nothing but side questing so far, which is kind of rough for me, but like, I'm leveling. I gotta get my levels out now, because if I start story, I won't get back to it. You know what I mean? And then I'll screw myself.
Fences prepared ahead. Prepare yourself.
I found the one by the tiny house we built. Okay. I'm going to heal myself. Oh, Jesus. These are some hefty boys. Oh. Oh, God. Mistakes might have been made. I don't think I'm strong enough for these guys. Oh, maybe I am. I don't know. It's gonna be a hard fight. And not in the giggity sort of way. Oh God, my wife! I haven't decided how I feel about Cassandra yet, you know? But she's my comrade, so therefore I like her. Oh God. Come, oh, I keep looting. I don't want to loot. Oh God. This guy, man, he hits like a fucking, oh, I'm dead. Oh no, I didn't save. Fuck. It is one of those save often games. Oh God. No, this was the camp was. Okay. So I'll just gather my stuff. I just won't attack stuff yet.
Be ready.
No, I'm not gonna attack them. They're good. They can stay right where they are. Wrong button. Okay. All right. So if I was the camp I was at, like the area I was at, where would I be? I don't know how to get to where I need to go. No. 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 Try here, I guess. Okay. This isn't what I wanted. I want to turn shit in though, so like it's kind of what I wanted, but it's not really what I wanted. I want to get back to like the main quest. But I also need to talk to the lady and turn my stuff in, so. But I gotta figure out where the hell she was. Shit, where's this lady? Where's this lady? No, that's that. That's what I wanted. Those are dead. These are the dead. I don't want the dead. Where the fuck? Where's this lady? No. You were already here. Like, I know the area when I'll see it. I just need to freaking see it. These are the dead.
I'm not looking for any trouble.
What is this place?
Map-making tenderfoots named this the Hinterlands. But right here, there's nowhere. Just some fields, now a bunch of demons. I'm Giles, by the way.
All right.
I need to be on my way.
Make a watch over you then.
Thanks, Giles. Giles, where's the lady that does the requisitional stuff? Oh god, I can't walk through people and it pisses me off. This way, maybe? No, this isn't right either. God damn it!
Can I help you with anything?
No. All right. Dogs, I gonna play a little longer, guys. We're gonna play a little longer. I just can't find this stupid fucking woman.
What did I tell you?
Where is she? That's the dead. Guys, I kept finding her when I wasn't looking for her, and now I need her, and I don't know where she is. That's the fast travel point. That's more dead people. Where's this woman? Is it like... No. No. Of course, these don't come up. No. This isn't what I... This isn't what I wanted. Where's this stupid woman? Of course it was. Why would it be otherwise? All right. Yay! Enjoy your Guild of War.
Thank you. What did I tell you?
Refugee Hunter. Is she in Haven? Alright, I gotta figure out how to get to Haven then. Quest map. World map. Haven. Have a good night, Kai. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. Yeah, I know it would be. Thank you. Okay. This is so frustrating. I guess I kept walking to Haven because I kept finding her a couple of times. But see, when there's not a quest marker in the town that I need, I get so confused. I don't think it was the church lady. Maybe it was the church lady? I don't remember. But there was, I think, oh no, one was like at a camp area and one I think was at Haven. We're probably talking about the exact same person, so it's fine. Just gonna get Engie. Friend, drink water. How? I just want to turn in these quests that I worked so hard to find the materials for. And then maybe start the next main quest. You know? You know? Alright. Frostback Mountains. This does not seem like the right area.
If the Inquisition wants to field a decent cavalry, it needs better horses. I heard Seeker Pentecost might try to acquire suitable mounts from up.
Expected you'd be by. I'm Harriet, and everyone knows who you are. How's the new gear fit?
Quite well.
Sturdy and warm. It's perfect.
Good. World's gone mad. Stock armor and blades are good against bandits.
Hi, Viper. Thank you for the check-in.
My gear will see you through demons, apostates, whatever this world throws at you. So, you need custom work. Something special. You bring the
Thank you for my wings. I thought she was outside, though.
Can you help improve my arms and armor?
Yes. You find a new piece, a pauldron or greaves, we'll take care of you. You can't just slap a new hilt on your sword in the field. Bring it here, we'll make sure it's done right and proper.
Goodbye.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, it's over here. For some reason, I thought that door entered me into a building, not into, like, whatever this is. You know what I mean? All right, here we go.
When will you be able to get us the crafting supplies we need?
Oh, that's done.
Make a go with you.
All right, inspect. Those. Okay.
That'll help.
Yay! I did it!
Nice work with those supplies. The smiths can use them to fit our troops with better gear.
I mean, it's prison cages.
But our recruits will have better chances next time some monster flies out of a rift.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
Make a go with you.
Alright.
Your kind killed the most holy. Lies. Your kind let her die. Shut your mouth, mate!
Enough!
Knight Captain.
That is not my title. We are not Templars any longer. We are all part of the Inquisition.
And what does that mean exactly?
Back already, Chancellor. Having done enough.
I'm curious, Commander, as to how your Inquisition and its herald will restore order as you've promised.
Of course you are. Back to your duties, all of you.
Punch her in the face. That's how we restore order.
Mages and Templars were already at war. Now they're
Exactly.
fighting each other for the Divine's death.
Which is why we require a proper authority to guide them back to order.
Random clerics who weren't important enough to be at the conclave.
The rebel Inquisition and its so-called Herald of Andraste? I think not.
Why can't we just love each other? We're not so terrible. The proper authority failed. Why can't we just work together?
So far, you're the only one who's insisted we can't work together.
Right. See, this is why everyone loves him. I know. I get it.
No authority until another divine is chosen.
In due time, Andraste will be our guide, not some dazed wanderer on a mountainside.
I'll return with good news. Good luck keeping order. I hope the trip is worth it. Investigate. Colin, why is he here?
Remind me why you're allowing the Chancellor to stay.
Clearly, your Templar knows where to draw the line.
I'll just kill you.
Toothless. There's no point turning him into a martyr simply because he runs at the mouth. The Chancellor's a good indicator of what to expect in Val Royeaux, however.
Is the Mage Templar ward large?
How widespread is the violence between mages and Templars?
Possible to say.
Your organization flouting the Chantry's authority will not help matters.
With the Conclave destroyed, I imagine the war between mages and Templars is renewed with interest.
But who killed the Divine?
Mages and Templars are fighting, even though we don't know what really happened at the Temple of Sacred Ashes.
Exactly why all this should be left to a new divine. If you are innocent, the Chantry will establish it as so.
Or we'll be happy to use someone as a scapegoat.
You think nobody cares about the truth? We all grieve Justinia's loss.
But you won't grieve if the Herald of Andraste is conveniently swept under a carpet.
I'll return with good
I'll
news.
make sure they see reason in Val Royeaux.
I pray you're right.
Okay.
I will keep the peace while you and the others appeal to the Chantry in Val Royeaux.
Better ready yourself for the blame you will be rightly assigned.
God, I hate him. He's such a pain in the ass. Alright. Let's see. People I can talk to.
Blessed are the peacekeepers, the champions of the just. Blessed are the righteous, the lights in the shadow. In their blood, the Maker's will is written. Is that what you want from us? Blood. To die so that your will is done? Is death your only blessing? You speak for Andraste, no? What does the Maker's prophet have to say about all of this? What's his game?
I can't speak for Andraste.
I speak for no one but myself, and I have no answers for you. You probably don't even worship the Maker. Lucky. He asks a lot. The Chantry teaches that the Maker abandoned us. He demands repentance for our sins. He demands it all. Our lives, our deaths. Justinia gave him everything she had, and he let her die.
You could blame her killers.
Maybe you should be angry at the people who murdered her. If the Maker doesn't intervene to save the best of his servants, what good is he?
Oh no, Mystic!
I was chosen, just as some say you are. I thought I was fulfilling his purpose for me.
At least you Heaven's turn so you don't lose that one.
Helping people. But now she's dead. It was all for nothing. Serving the Maker meant nothing. Maybe you have another purpose. I could help you find it. No, this is my burden. I regret that I even let you see me like this. It was a moment of weakness. It won't happen again. Come. To work, then. We will speak later.
Okay. Ooh, treasure. Ooh, I gotta read. I gotta. Oh, but on my party with me, I have to give everybody like items and stuff.
Butler has stand on us. I hope my hunch was wrong.
You knew him well?
Not as well as I thought. Show me the reports. There were so many questions surrounding Faria's death. Did he think we wouldn't notice? He's killed Faria, one of my best agents, and knows where the others are. You know what must be done. Make it clean. Painless if you can. We were friends once.
Stop Liliana from killing the traitor agent. Encourage Liliana to kill the traitor agent. We don't know enough about this to interfere.
It will be done.
I'm sorry you had to see that. Trust me. Everything I do is to protect our interests. Now, if you're happy, I have more work to do. Reports of fade rifts and demons keep coming. The people are terrified, and it's only getting worse. The only thing that will calm their fears now is the hope that someone out there can save them.
That's kind of why I'm like, here. Just murder him. It's fine, because he's a traitor, and we're in a war.
Your legend will spread, and Thedas will learn to trust the Inquisition.
You're Justina's left hand.
Called you the left hand of the Divine. That they did? What of it?
Why start an Inquisition?
What's the point of an Inquisition? Justinia would have started the Inquisition if the Divine Conclave failed to restore peace. She hoped that with enough support, we could challenge the very tenets of the Chantry. She wanted the Chantry to treat the mages fairly. But sometimes I wonder, why stop at mages? The Chantry has committed many injustices. If we're going to change it, why not change the whole thing? It's just a thought. None of this will be possible if we fail.
I'm sorry she died.
Sorry she didn't live to see the Inquisition. So am I.
What is the left hand?
What exactly does the left hand of the Divine do? A Divine always has enemies, and Justinia had more than most. I protected her. I watched, had an ear to every door. I identified threats, and I dealt with them.
Why so many enemies?
Why did Justinia have so many enemies? There were many who felt she was unfit to be divine. She had a past, a worldly life. Unlike many, she wasn't given to the Chantry as a child. She chose it. And somehow that made her unworthy. And because they thought she was unworthy, they wished her harm.
Great people. That a bit shady. Sounds like a spy master. You're invading the question. That's a bit shady.
It sounds like you did some unscrupulous things as the left hand.
Perhaps, but wouldn't you do anything to protect what you love?
Tell me more about Justinia.
I'd like to hear about Justinia. What was she like? A friend. A mentor. Like me, she had secrets, made mistakes. It made her human. I think her followers responded to that.
Okay. How did you meet?
How did you and Justinia meet? I met her a long time ago, before she became divine. Before she was Justinia. When I met her, she was Mother Dorothea. I was at my lowest. Broken. Lost. And she saved me. No, wait. She hates it when I say that. I saved myself. She just showed me it was possible.
Okay. Were you more than friends?
Is there something more than friendship between you? You're asking if we were lovers. Typical. I was devoted to her, therefore it must be romantic. Love is common. Love is simple. My bond with Justinia was something greater. She was a sister, a mother, a teacher. So to answer your question, yes, it was more than friendship. We'll talk more later. Did you need something? Anything I should know? I've nothing to report at the moment.
Okay.
I'll leave you to your work.
Colin, I can't really talk to. I mean, if you have a good relationship with someone that's older than you, you consider them a mother.
The chosen of Andraste. A blessed hero sent to save us all.
I hope to be one.
I didn't ask for this, but someone has to find a way to seal the breach.
Spoken nobly indeed. You think I'm mocking you? This age has made people cynical. I've journeyed deep into the Fade in ancient ruins and battlefields to see the dreams of lost civilizations. I've watched as hosts of spirits clash to reenact the bloody past in ancient wars, both famous and forgotten. Every great war has its heroes. I'm just curious what kind you'll be.
Okay. A good one.
The kind who makes the world a better place.
It isn't always that easy, but I wish you luck. I will stay there, at least until the breach has been closed.
Was that in doubt?
I am an apostate surrounded by Chantry forces in the middle of a mage rebellion. Cassandra has been accommodating, but you understand my caution.
Cassandra trusts you. She won't let anyone put you into a circle against your will.
Thank you. I appreciate the thought. But now let us hope either the mages or the Templars have the power to seal the breach.
Okay. Apothecary. Find recipes throughout exploration or by visiting merchants. Visit the apothecary with herbs you gather in the wilderness to upgrade potions. Use the equip station to assign different potions to each of your party members and to replenish the potions you are carrying. Use the upgrade station to unlock permanent upgrades to your potions. You can upgrade potions you have already unlocked. To upgrade a potion, select a category, select a potion, then select the upgrade. Potion upgrades require a significant amount of herbs to unlock. In return, they give you permanent significant bonuses to your potions. Okay. Requires Embrium and Prophet's Laurel. Okay. Uh-oh. I get grenades. Everybody panic.
With the potions, we have so many injured.
We'll get them back on their feet, sister. Don't you
All
worry.
right. Oh. Okay.
Look who's back from the dead. Again.
Hi. Wait. Okay. There we go. Look how creepy. Like, he's just looking at you weird. Boop. Boop. Okay.
Let all repeat the chant of light. Only the word dispels the darkness.
Research in the nave wishes to verify that the infections have decreased in number.
Yes. Thank you for your help. Tell me, are you happy?
Mission operations take time and bring Inquisition resources and rewards. Only one mission per advisor can be active. Some missions have a preferred type, which results in less time required when undertaken by the associated advisor. Missions may also provide different rewards depending on which advisor completes them. Okay. Conquered by Orlaeus, torn by civil war, ravaged by fifth plate. I forget what I had to do here. Right, here we go. Go to the war room. Travel to whatchamacallit. Okay.
Have you kept in touch with our friends in Lady Esterly's
Scout.
Several bards will play for her tomorrow night. We will have names soon enough.
Here we go. Recommend levels 4 to 7. Alright, we're good.
Having the herald address the clerics is not a terrible idea.
You can't be serious.
Mother Giselle isn't wrong. At the moment, the Chantry's only strength is that they are united in opinion.
And we should ignore the danger to the herald.
Let's ask her.
This may not actually help. This is a terrible plan. I'm not worried.
What can they do? It's just talk. Don't underestimate the power of their words. An angry mob will do you in just as quickly as a blade.
I will go with her. Mother Giselle said she could provide us names. Use them.
But why? This is nothing but a...
What choice do we have, Liliana? Right now, we can't approach anyone for help with the breach. Use what influence we have to call the clerics together. Once they are ready, we will see this through.
Okay. Confirm. Hey! Achievement unlocked! Woo! See, this is about where I was when I stopped playing the first time. I might have gotten past this quest and went back to the war room, but like this area, definitely familiar. Yay! You mean the minion? The little serpent dude? He's a good little serpent dude. He's so cute. Guys, hang on a second.
The city still mourns.
Just a guest seeker, but I think they all know who we are.
Your skills of observation never fail to impress me, very.
My Lady Herald.
You're one of Leliana's people. What have you found?
The Chantry Mothers await you, but so do a great many Templars.
There are Templars here?
People seem to think the Templars will protect them from the Inquisition. They're gathering on the other side of the market. I think that's where the Templars intend to meet you.
Only one thing to do, then.
Alrighty, friends.
They wish to protect the people from us?
My dinner arrived, so I'm gonna go eat it while it's warm. So we're gonna call it here for the night. Friends, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to turn that off and I'm going to slide myself over. I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Like I said, like I know this is a new thing for me and I appreciate it. I'm enjoying this though. So I'm excited. I am very excited. We'll be back tomorrow though at 3 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Eastern. For more Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Hopefully we'll continue our big ranking system and stuff with friends and whatnot. So we'll see where we go with that. As always, my friends, make sure you take care of yourself mentally. It is just as important as taking care of yourself physically. I do hope you have a great and wonderful rest of your night and a fantastic day tomorrow. And like I said, I will see you right back here at 3 p.m. for Monster Hunter Rise. And I'd love you. Go drink water, take care of yourselves. Till later.